Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Bonjour. Sego. We'll begin with a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. We acknowledge that we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee peoples, the Mohawks of Akwesasne, the original keepers of this land. As settlers, we are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Councillor Gardner, can I ask you to lead us in the singing our national anthem, please?
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us commend, car ton bras sait porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thank you. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Justin Towndale.
Present.
Councillors Claude McIntosh.
Present.
Sarah Good. Caroline Hébert.
Présente.
Councillors Elaine McDonald.
Present.
Sid Gardner.
Here.
Denis Sabourin.
Okay. Any disclosures of interest? Councillor Hubert.
Mr. Mayor, the same conflict I declared yesterday. I've already submitted my form for today and the next two budget meetings next week. So if the Social Development Council comes up in any presentations or debates, I will leave my seat and declare conflict and sit in the audience per the advice of the Integrity Commissioner. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So we're returning after a recess from yesterday, so I don't need motions to adopt the agenda or go in committee of the whole. I'm just going to make one request, perhaps. We had a really good debate and discussion yesterday. We're a little behind on our schedule. I would ask that members attempt to keep their questions related to the budget itself. We went down some rabbit holes when it came to operations. That's fine overall, but if we could focus, it would certainly get us back on schedule. With that, I'll hand it over to the clerk, or no, sorry, Miss Bailey, actually.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our first presentation is from the Chief of Police. She can't be here with us, so we're going to have a video. And then the Deputy Chief is here to answer any questions. The police budget can be found on page 94 of the budget book for Council.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of Council, for the invitation to present our 2024 budget. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it in person tonight. By the time I knew of the date, I was already scheduled to be out of the country, but I thought it was important that I provide you with a video presentation so you could hear from me directly. So tonight you're going to hear about our 2024 budget, which, as you may already know, has been approved by the Cornwall Police Services Board back in November of 2023. And the budget you're going to hear about tonight has four key themes: a strategic focus, a focus on modernization, improvement to service delivery, and probably most importantly, fiscal responsibility. So before we get into the specifics of the budget, I think it's always important for us to remind ourselves of how policing is governed, and that is through the Policing Services Act of Ontario. And in fact, this year we will see the introduction of the new Community Safety and Policing Act, which was acclaimed and is set to be implemented on April 1st of 2024. And with that, we're going to see some changes, I think, in terms of service delivery and prioritization, but also I think we're going to see some impacts on the budget. We are still governed by the Police Services Act of Ontario, and there are a few sections, I think, that are worthy of reviewing. So in particular, Section 4.2 of the Police Services Act talks about adequate and effective police services, and it defines it in terms of our minimum requirements. And so as you hear about the budget in the moments that'll follow, we need to think about some of these criteria. So number 1 is crime prevention, 2, law enforcement, the assistance of victims of crime, public order maintenance, and emergency response. Section 4.3 of the Police Services Act further defines adequate and effective police services, and it says that the municipality shall be responsible for providing all of the infrastructure and administration necessary for providing such services, including vehicles, boats, equipment, communication devices, buildings, and supplies. Section 39.1 says that the board shall submit operating and capital estimates to municipal council. 39.3 says that upon reviewing these estimates, the council shall establish an overall budget, and in doing so, the municipality is not bound to adopt the estimates submitted by the board. Section 39.4 of the Police Services Act says, in establishing an overall budget for the board, the council does not have the authority to approve or disapprove specific items in the estimates. And Section 39.5, lastly, says if the board is not satisfied with the budget established for it by the council, the board may request that the commission determine the question after a hearing. So those are sort of the rules and regulations that govern police budgets. In terms of the Cornwall Police Service, I'm sure you are aware, we are made up of a number of sworn police officers, special constables, civilian members, and we do also employ part-time civilian members. And this past year, in November of 2023, the Cornwall Police Services Board approved the hiring of 4 additional officers, and the expenses related to those additional hires is predominantly offset by WSIB recoveries. The Police Services Act speaks to the need to have what they call a business plan. We tend to refer to it as a strategic plan. And the Cornwall Police Service is coming to the end, actually, of our 3-year strategic plan. And the priorities of that plan were community engagement, organizational excellence, crime reduction and community safety, and equity, diversity, and inclusivity. And so through the course of this year, we will begin the strategic planning process to develop our new plan. And in doing so, we will ensure that there is extensive consultation as required by legislation, but also including members of the public, our community partners, special interest groups, and our employees. And as we have done in the past, we will be very intentional in our effort towards ensuring that we are reflective of the communities that we serve in conducting our consultations. And part of the 2024 budget does support this strategic planning process. I think it's important, as we did last year, to really have a focus on the changing landscape in policing. Once again this year, I'm reporting a 38% increase in calls for service over a 6-year period from 2017 to 2022. And though we don't have the exact statistics for 2023, we are anticipating seeing another increase. we've seen an increased trend in violent crime, property crime, and other calls for service that involve homelessness, mental health, and bail violations, just to name a few. These are all trends that we're seeing across the province and are not necessarily unique to Cornwall. You may recall me speaking of an increase in occupational stress injuries in last year's presentation, and so I thought it'd be prudent to go over some of that again. In 2016, there was a change in legislation under the Workplace Safety and Insurance Act to include a presumption for first responders with respect to a post-traumatic stress disorder diagnosis. By 2018, we at the Cornwall Police Service started to see an increase in the number of officers that were off due to post-traumatic stress disorder. And realistically, only 10% of officers who are off for more than a year are likely to ever return to full duties. And so what that tells us is that though some may come back, many are never going to be able to return to those full duties and will require accommodation. We continue to see an increase in our frontline staff being absent or unable to perform full duties, and this means that our resources are stretched more than ever before as we continue to see that increase in calls for service. These are, once again, realities that are facing most police services across the province, and again, are not unique to Cornwall. We did not speak about this last year, but one of the shifts in policing is that we are seeing a real challenge with recruitment. The police industry has seen a stark decrease in the number of applicants and with those who have an interest in a career in policing. And so there's been a continued focus on modernizing our recruitment strategies, and part of the 2024 budget does support these initiatives. So we have implemented many mitigation strategies, but just to highlight a few, as I mentioned previously, we have had approval for 4 additional officers to be hired, and we have begun to hire those officers and continue to recruit. And as mentioned, much of these salary dollars are offset from WSIB recoveries. In 2023, we implemented a number of strategies aimed at diverting calls away from frontline police response. And through the next year, we will continue to look for those opportunities. We ran a pilot project in the summer of 2023 with a new schedule that better aligns the deployment of our resources with our calls for service. And by all accounts, this yielded very positive results, reducing the strain on our frontline resources, but also improving service to the public by significantly reducing our wait times. And so once our resources are at full complement, it is our intention to adopt this schedule on a more permanent basis. And this will provide the opportunity for officers to conduct proactive work, such as crime prevention strategies, and improve road safety. So I know that this is a significant concern for our residents and also for council members that we see an increase in enforcement. And so the 2024 budget will support that. We are conducting workload analysis in each of our departments within the organization, all aimed at looking for efficiencies and providing better service to the community we serve. And another of our mitigation strategies is to expand what we call psychological safeguarding to all sworn members. And so this is an approach that's aimed at enhancing self-awareness and self-care, and also at early intervention in order to support adequate resiliency. It's a program that in fact has been in place with the Cornwall Police Service for a few years, but historically we have aimed the program at what we called high-risk positions within the service. But in fact, with the changing climate of policing, we believe that it's now necessary to expand it to all sworn police officers. Many of our strategic priorities are in fact funded by grants from the province, and we're incredibly grateful to the province for supporting the Cornwall Police Service in that regard. But this is an area that we've actually seen great success in. In 2023, a lot of hard work went into grant writing, and I can tell you that we have taken every opportunity to seek funding that has been available to us. And so in 2023, we were successful in grant applications totaling $3 million, which is incredible. And we are anticipating approximately $1,588,000 and change for 2024 specifically. And these grant funds will go to support a number of key priorities for both our community and the province, specifically enhancing victim services, combating human trafficking, combating organized crime and hate crimes, the auto theft prevention. As you know, we've seen a stark increase in theft of motor vehicles as well, bail client compliance and warrant apprehension, mental health team, which our local community refers to as our V-Smart team, very successful and well thought of by our community, and our preparation for the transition to NG 911, which is the more modernized 911 system that is required to be implemented by mid-year 2025. So now we'll get into the specifics of our budget increases. In terms of salaries and benefits, the increase is 7.12%, and that percentage increase is attributable to collective agreement salary increases, reclassification increases, the development of what we're calling the Community Patrol Support Unit, CPSU unit, which will be utilizing special constables as community safety officers to respond to lower level calls and assist in being more visible in the community. It's important to note that the salary increases of 7.12% is offset by the revenue line, which you'll see has a significant increase. And also, so WSIB and grant revenue specifically. Purchase of goods is sitting at 20.41%, and that sounds like a very significant number, but again, it's important to note that many of these purchases are offset by grant revenue, and in particular, in this case, preparing for NG 911 implementation requires us to make a number of purchases, and so that grant funding is offsetting that. We've also seen significant changes, as you're aware, in the cost of living increases, and most notably in software license renewals, fuel, etc. I wanted to draw Council's attention to a shift in the way we've been making our purchases in some fashion, and so we're really trying to take a collaborative approach with other city departments, and in this particular case with the fire department. So we recently purchased, for instance, a 3D laser scanner that will enable us to recreate scenes in 3D with far more precision. And so we are entering into an agreement with the fire department to share that piece of equipment, so they will have access to it as well, and they will be reciprocating by giving us access to equipment that they have purchased as well. So really happy to see the collaborative nature between ourselves and the city, because at the end of the day, as we know, it's all coming from the same pot. In terms of services and rents, we're seeing a 13.25% increase, and again, I have to point out that there is some grant revenue that is offsetting some of that. But the bulk of the increase is actually attributed to adjustments to align with trend expenditures. This is where you see the cost of the expansion of safeguarding and also the costs of our strategic planning that's set to move forward. We have seen another decrease in our capital expenditures. We have moved to a more evergreening process so that we're not seeing the spikes that we've seen in the past. The capital expenditures will support the purchase of 4 hybrid vehicles, the purchase of live scan equipment, which is digital fingerprinting, and the purchase of replacement equipment for our dispatch system, which is indeed at end of life. And last but not least, the purchase of heavy vests and ballistic plates. And this is to enhance safety for our police officers who are facing a real shift in the level of violence that they're facing in the community, and so this is necessary to ensure their safety. As mentioned previously, there's a significant increase in revenue, and that's mostly due to grants and WSIB recoveries. So in closing, the overall budget increase for this year is 5.99%. You will note that that is slightly different than what was presented to the board. It's simply been some changes that have occurred since their approval. And I want to bring us back before we close out to those themes that I spoke about. And so I hope what you've heard through this presentation is that focus on strategy, modernization, improvement to service delivery, and fiscal responsibility. I think it's important to note that although 5.99% increase is notable, when you look at other municipalities across the province, we are still trending lower, or in the lower half anyways, of budget increases as compared to other municipalities. And so it's my recommendation that the council accept the board's estimate for providing adequate and effective policing services for the city of Cornwall for 2024. And so Deputy Chief Foy is here to answer any further questions that you may have, and if for some reason he's not able to answer your questions, by all means I would encourage you to email me, and I will be sure while I'm away to check those emails and answer your questions in a timely fashion. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Chief Spowert for sending in that video. Deputy Chief Foy, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are there any questions or comments from council on the police budget? Councilor Hiba.
I had a couple of questions on operations, but I guess we need to stick to strictly budget right now. And I guess I'm going to cheat and just say that I'm really happy to hear that the Text 911 grant was approved, which is what it sounds like. I had heard about that, and I think modernizing that service is really critical. So happy to hear that that's going to be implemented. I think it was mentioned in 2025, is that correct?
We have to be fully ready to go live March 2025.
Excellent.
We received, we're in phase 2 of a grant. Last year we received around 633,000. And this year we received 634,000 to purchase equipment to be ready for the transition.
And the text to 911, will that be available to all emergency services in our community or just the police services?
No, I believe it'll be available to all services.
Fantastic. Thank you so much.
Further questions from council? Councilor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. The comment near the end from Chief Spowert was that the 5.99 is a slight change from what the board approved. What did the board originally approve?
6.3.
6.3? What happened to change it?
There was some, I've been advised that there was a few changes made by the city finance department, mostly attributed to I believe it was regarding fuel costs and the change in the trend expenditures, as I've been explained.
Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. We had decided on a $1.35 across the corporation for fuel per liter and had originally budgeted $1.40, but understanding where we're trending, we reduced that cost per liter. The other item was the trend that we're seeing in a WSIB recovery that enabled a couple of reductions to expenditures or an increase to revenue.
Okay, thank you for that. The other question I have is, so during the presentation from the chief, we mentioned how we're expecting an increase in grants and they're going to be offsetting some of our costs. I just want to be clear for myself. In the revenue line is fees, service charges, and miscellaneous revenue, and that's what's going up just over 500 grand as in the new submission. Are there grants in that, or like where's that extra revenue coming from? Was that some of the grants you were talking about? Because there's a line here that says provincial and federal grants, but is there other grants that would be in that line?
Additional revenues, I can say that a good proportion of that 500,000 will be secondments that we started with the RCMP in May. We have a sergeant that is seconded to the RCMP. We get full cost recovery there of approximately 50 to 55,000 per quarter, so approximately 200,000. And same with the OPP, with the Provincial Weapons and Enforcement Support Team, we get slightly less, approximately 45,000 every quarter. So a big proportion of the additional revenue is that, as well as some of the grant money that we were successful in 2023.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none. Thank you, Deputy Chief. Ms. Bailey?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps the presentation from the library. So Ms. McMartin and Ms. Jarvis are here to present to council. And the library budget can be found on page, let me just take a look at that. On page 177 of the budget book.
Welcome back to council. Floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, in the interest of brevity, we'll try to keep this very short. The library functions under the Public Libraries Act of Ontario. There are various pieces of legislation that also affect the municipality, but essentially we work as a budget approved by our board. It is then submitted to council. We are coming to you with a request of 4.5% increase. Apologies. Honestly, we're holding costs as where we can. Most of the increase is for cost of living increases in supplies, services, costs of licensing for computers, as well as costs to salaries, which include the usual costs of negotiated, excuse me, my brain just died on me. Negotiated salary increases, as well as salary adjustments, and the creation of a new position to help shore up programming. We run approximately over 500, last year 538 programs, which were attended by over 8,500 people in the community. That includes programming to children's, to seniors, to people who are economically disadvantaged, but also leisure programs to everyone in the community. It's a driver for us, and we want to shore it up. We've had an increase of visits to the library of over 10,000 visits this year, hitting a peak of 155,000 and change. So we are finally seeing a turn from the last few years where people are comfortable coming back to us. And that's impacting our ability to provide services at the level that we want to for this community without adding additional staffing hours into the mix. So we've really focused our budget on shoring that up, as well as meeting our obligations as far as supplies and licensing, and to continue our services as they offer.
Thank you for having us here today. The library isn't always included in presentations to council. First and foremost, I want to start by formally announcing that Stephanie has graciously accepted the offer to become the permanent CEO and Chief Librarian of the Cornwall Public Library. In her interim role, this is her first time here as well.
I'm very nervous.
In the interim, she's worn many hats, as many of the library support staff have, coming out of the few years of COVID. I will say that much like every other department within the city, the world's changing and challenges are changing for the library. The people, we see everyone from every demographic in the library, but the reality is, at the end of the day, people who come to the library are looking for a warm spot, a safe spot, technology, entertainment, someone to talk to. So a lot of the people that other city departments are supporting, the library is also supporting. We're the place that people go when they need a spot. What that has translated to for us is that library staff are doing much more than library work. We've had to engage with our city partners as well as other community partners, and I would include the police service. Our incidents of harassment and violence, vandalism have gone up. And of course, we're seeing a significant increase in supporting people with mental health addictions, particularly in the last 2 years. I've been with the Cornwall Public, this is my third and final term with the Cornwall Public Library Board. I have to say that council is often, or city administration has often had a mandate, and we have often come here meeting that mandate in terms of budget. We are reaching the point where that is a significant challenge for us, and we recognize that internally we have to start looking at fundraising, grant writing, et cetera. Unfortunately, our library size, our municipality size excludes us from a lot of grants. However, that is something we are discussing at the board level, and moving forward into 2024, 2025, it's something we recognize we're going to have to undertake. We've had some staffing challenges like everywhere else, not so much about recruitment, but maybe retaining. And for us, our number one goal in 2023 was staffing stability and stability as a whole in the library. I think we're going to see a continuation of that a little bit into 2024, but I would like to see Stephanie wear one hat, the CEO hat, and the budget reflects all of that. And we're happy you're here after 20 years. But from my perspective and the board perspective, that's why we're here today with a slightly higher than requested mandate.
Just to piggyback on some of our community partners, again, it says that things like Baby Tales programs offered with ONIVA, programs to seniors and to others in the community through Transitions Cornwall, our summer partnership with Cornwall Transit, running our offering free bus rides to people who participate in our reading clubs, which is always very popular. Recovery Care Mobile Health Unit has a stop with us on the regular, offering health and counseling services on the library premises. All of these things and more are things that we do. We also help people with with honestly just government paperwork. Service Ontario, Service Canada, the courthouse, they all send people to us for different things, and we're by no means experts in these things, but we seem to always end up filling these types of gaps. It takes time, it takes training, and it takes people. So there are a lot of pressures, and the staff are doing gangbuster work, but we do need to help shore up some of the things that to help serve the community even better.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to go to Councilor Eberth and Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you both for being here. I love that you're getting an opportunity to present this year. I guess I want to echo some of what's been mentioned. The library has come time and time again within the mandate, and what we're seeing now is that more and more people, due to the affordability crisis, are leaning on places like libraries for quality of life. For entertainment, for leisure, for programs for youth and seniors and everything in between. The Library of Things is an amazing addition as well. So, you know, folks don't have to go out and buy certain things. They can borrow them from the library and try things out, like ukuleles and tech gadgets and different kinds of materials for seniors with dementia, and really great addition to the library that we're so lucky to have here. And so in a time where folks are really struggling in our community, we more than ever need to be supporting our local library, because they're not just a place where we store books. They're a community hub where folks are welcome, feel safe. I can probably assume that most of the staff feel like social workers sometimes, because they're a listening ear in that safe place for so many people. And so I would even support something higher if you had to, because I know how desperate some folks are for that safe place now. So, and beyond that, even just like the library has access to so many online resources. If you have that library card, and if you don't, go get one. You can go on their website and access so many free things. Like, you don't have to pay for Netflix. They have access to a lot of video content there at no cost. Bilingual services now including a library of books for folks who have dyslexia at all levels. So really just amazing things that are available at the library. So really happy to see you, and happy to have you officially as the head honcho, because you've been kind of running the show for a while, but putting that official title and hopefully taking the sombrero off and putting on a regular size hat for once, that would be ideal. So you're excellent at what you do. We're really happy and lucky to have you. This community is lucky to have both of you. Thank you.
Councilor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I'm a fan too. You mentioned that you're not eligible for many grants because of population size. If only you could calculate your worthiness for a grant according to usage rather than population, I'm sure you'd score very high. The library is just such a busy place. And I had the opportunity recently to visit the children's section upstairs. I was just blown away by the absolute amount of space available and all the different activities, and so many kids. I mean, just all very happy and busy and engaged. So I'm wondering now, with, you mentioned though you had staff turnover problems. Is this because of wages, or what do people tender as the reasons?
Part of it is just the post kind of COVID recovery. We had a lot of turnover during that period, where because we were shut, people found other work, and then we came on board with a bunch of with new people. Part of it was just those who had come back were at an age for retirement.
Okay.
So we've had a lot of turnover, a lot of older staff retiring, filling in with newer staff. The median age of our staff has gone from being something along the lines of, I think it was like 48 to 32. So,
Okay.
just because of the change from retirements.
Mhm.
So, though both those factors, retention though has been a factor. A lot of people come into library work having a very specific idea of what library work is.
Right.
And the challenges of working in a frontline service where everybody comes to your door is not for everyone.
Yeah.
So there's also that factor as well.
And when you get a lot of people coming to you with paperwork, do you actually help people fill out forms? And I suppose a lot of this has to be computerized, so you would have to do that. Do you have people dedicated and certain number of staff members who are the computer techie experts, helpers?
Most of our public library services staff are trained to help with computers, so all of our frontline staff. We have a number of dedicated terminals. If you've walked into the library, we also have a really good free Wi-Fi service if they come in with their own devices.
Yeah.
And that ties into our printing service and will help people fill out forms, attach documents, scan documents, you
Yeah,
know,
excellent.
all of those things.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Sorry,
comment.
before you start, Councillor, Miss Bailey would like to.
Actually, Councilor Hollingworth wants to please go ahead first. I just wanted to make sure I was.
Okay, fair enough. My apologies.
We good there now? Excellent. I don't want to mess up everybody's feng shui here. First of all, I thank you, ladies. I'm always been a champion of the library. Sat on the board in '91 when it was still at the old Simon Fraser. Managed to convince my colleagues to pony up $4 million to renovate a new one, and it is still relevant and a shining beacon in the community as it was the day we cut the ribbon. A couple of questions, if I might. I know we don't run a Sunday service anymore. Of course, it's always about numbers. Do you have any idea what it would cost to go try to provide even, let's say, in a kind of an 11 till 4 in the afternoon type scenario, or noon till 4, something on Sunday? Do you have a number? And if you don't, I'd be interested in finding that out, because I know that when times are tough, you have to rejig and all of those things. But do you have any idea what we would have to do to try to get to a Sunday service again?
Ultimately, that's a staffing question.
Of course.
And it's, I don't have a number for you offhand. I can, with the board's permission, put that together. But we would need at least a minimum complement of 4 to 5 extra, at least part-time staff,
Yep.
probably a couple of full-timers and a supervisor to cover weekends. So it's not just a matter of relocating people across the existing staff. It's also adding staff complement to add in those extra hours.
Right.
So
well,
it would be a fairly significant outlay.
Well, I certainly can't tell the board of directors what to do, but I would be interested as a member of council and as a member of the community pending next year. It's not going to happen this year. I mean, the budgets are kind of pretty much anchored in, but I would be interested moving forward to see what kind of number that would be for even just a modest Sunday service. I'm thinking, say, a noon to 5 type scenario. Simply because, Your Worship, to my colleagues, the weekend is when a lot of people do what they do. The kids in school, as a teacher, I know kids can find opportunities, and personally, I'm generally have more free time on a Sunday than I do any other day of the week. So I would be curious. The other thing that I'll add on to that is I notice your operation closes on Thursdays and Fridays at 5 o'clock. And I just kind of Googled the website, I'm not going to lie.
Thursdays we close at 8:30. Fridays we close at 5.
Fridays and Saturdays then it
Fridays and
must be.
Saturdays we
Okay.
close at 5.
So I would also be interested just quietly to see maybe something a little later. Do you know, is it because, I realize it's staffing always, but are your numbers lower on Fridays and Saturdays typically after 5 o'clock? Is that part of it?
Fridays tend to be very, very light. We don't tend to see a lot of like when we used to be open until 8:30.
Yes.
There was very little pickup. People they're getting ready for their weekends. They just don't come in.
Sure.
You could shoot a cannon off, honestly.
Well,
and it allowed us to extend and offer more services on Saturday. Basically, we end up splitting the staff. So we have half our staff working on Friday and half of our staff working on
Right.
Saturday. So
Well-
that's how we manage coverage with the level of staffing that we have.
Okay, so that, maybe
That-
that isn't as relevant, but I would still be interested in Sunday.
We'd love to be open on Sundays, honestly.
Right. The other thing that I want to mention is on your capital budget here, you've got, if I've read this right, and I don't know if somebody else wants to, $150,000 for capital. Now, is that just kind of gluing and taping the ongoing things that tend to fall apart? Or is that like, maybe a random hole in the roof or whatever the case may be? Or is that something like, I guess the question I'm asking is, do you anticipate any significant capital expenditures beyond $150,000 in the future?
I'm going to say yes. The building is aging. The 150,000 is a number based off of the, essentially a 10-year capital expenditure report that the city puts together. They renew that. I believe they just did another cut of it. We haven't seen it for the new year, so it is a bit of a placeholder. However, you may have noticed that the front steps are have been damaged through weather. That money is earmarked for that project. There is and Tracy Bailey can correct me if I'm wrong, there is, I believe, a reserve fund for the library that exists already that we are probably going to be draining
Okay.
down. We have roof repairs that are ongoing for leaks in some certain areas in the roofing. And we have, like I said, the steps coming up, and there are probably other things that the new report will discover, but we haven't seen the results of that yet.
Okay. Do we have money, Miss Bailey, kind of stashed for pending? Like, okay, maybe I could ask this to you or whomever wants to tackle it. Are we ultimately responsible for any significant capital expenditures, or is this a library board thing where they have to say yes and then come here and say, here's the bill? Like, how does it work in terms of that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the library building belongs to the city of Cornwall,
Right.
so we are responsible for its capital. They were included in the building condition assessment review that has just taken place before Christmas, and the required capital for that building will be included in our asset management planning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies, for your time. Honestly, keep up the good work. Thank you, Your Worship.
I'm going to go to Ms. Bailey next.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to highlight through the presentation that we did yesterday for community partners, we talked about the transfer that the city is making to the library. Included in the 2024 budget, that is at 3%, the direction of council. You heard this afternoon from Ms. McMartin that the library is requesting 4.5% as an operating transfer from the city. To transfer that amount, $35,159 would need to be included in the budget.
Thank you. Microphone, please, Councilor.
Thank you. Did I hear would be or wouldn't be included in the budget?
We would need to add it to the budget.
Thank you.
I have Councilor Gardner next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also am a big booster of the library. I sat on the library board for 8 years. And one of the things that concerned me at the time was because we always seemed to be short of funds, that we couldn't fundraise. So I hope you can find a way that we can do that, number one. Number two, it was just answered with the roof problem. We were looking at a garden on the roof of the library, but you just answered that because we've got a problem with the roof. I left before I found out what the answer was. The other thing, the last piece of information is the transition to electronics in the library. We began that transition because we realized that the library wasn't just about books. And I think the message has to get out there once in a while that electronics are available, computers are available, and people want to use them. Are you doing any advertising for that?
We continuously offer, advertise for our services, both in print, in physical, as well as electronic resources. We are very proud of the offering of the suite of services that we offer electronically. They were very well used during the last period through COVID, when people were stuck at home and not able to go out. So things like Hoopla, and which allowed for people to borrow library books, and Overdrive, that allowed library materials to their home. There's still quite a large amount of pickup on that. So yes, to answer the question, we do advertise them quite frequently. We're always looking for other venues to get the word out, though, so if you have any suggestions, we'd love to hear them.
Okay. Well, I was really, I've used the electronics and the people that helped us out, or your employees, did a wonderful job on some of the issues that I had. And I thank you for the work, and thank you for stepping in and becoming the CEO. I think it's a good job. Good luck with that. Good luck with the library. It's a wonderful, wonderful place. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have Councillor Good next.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation, and congratulations on formally being in your new position. Okay, so I have a few questions. First, I just want to confirm exactly what Ms. Bailey had said. So in order for them to be able to accomplish what they have set out here, we would need to make a motion to add an additional 35,000 and change to the library budget. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay. Note to self, and we're not making those deliberations until next week, correct? Okay. I wanted to compliment you on the partnership with a tiny forest at the library. I live right down the road, and it is such a pleasure to see, and I love the incorporation of native greenery and shrubs, and just the information piece that goes into that. I feel like it's a really lovely, lovely piece of what you offer. There's so many societal benefits and social benefits that come from the library, and just filling out forms is tricky for even those who have a fairly decent level of literacy. So I'm so happy that you are filling that gap in our community. I have a question for you. I know years ago I had heard kind of musings that the roof area, there were some visions of doing a courtyard of such. I know that that was put on hold. I'm imagining it's probably very costly and probably much more costly now. Is that something that is just shelved, or is it like a done project? It's not ever happening.
It's probably a done project. The engineering reports, because of the type of roof it is, it would require a fair bit of engineering, literally putting in steel beams into to support the weight of anything like that. It would take a complete redesign of that interior portion of the roof. At the time that we were looking at it, they were looking at like something like $1 million worth of steel just to make it happen.
So it's probably like $5 million. Okay, fair enough. When you mentioned the roof, I thought, ooh, I wonder if that's an opportunity.
Unfortunately, no. It's a structural.
That makes sense. Now, Councillor Hollingsworth, you were talking about the steps that are being redone, and you can see that, you know, they need to be redone. Now, in that front area, it's such a beautiful space, and I know that for a while there was some kind of arrangement with the restaurant next door that they had some outdoor seating out there. I'm wondering, are there any plans for the summer in terms of making that, you know, a space that people can enjoy? And before you answer that, because you're talking about your amazing Wi-Fi, does your Wi-Fi also extend out into that outdoor area?
It can be picked up from the all of the nodes are on the interior, but it can be picked up because of the windows and everything else on the terraces. As far as beautifying the area, we do have some tentative plans with the downtown BIA. However, it's going to probably wait until we get the construction portion done. But yes, there's some tentative plans there.
That's wonderful. You know, the downtown is so vibrant, and now that there's a lot of the construction that's come to an end, I really hope to see that stretch of road become more used by the public. And I know I see people hanging out there informally, so I don't know if we can throw some of those beautiful painted picnic tables that we have once the construction's done anyways, just as a stopgap anyways.
So just to speak to that, we're definitely on board. When we're talking about the roof project, the front, any partnerships that we can look at, like I have not closed the book on the rooftop as we imagined it, but as a tiny forest, I think that would be it, because in terms of load bearing, you pretty much could put the stuff in there and maybe 10 people, the way we are now. So in terms of a spot that we would use for events, no, without putting in all that steel. However, much like the partnership with the tiny forest, something that was imagined like that would be great. That being said, I just want to confirm for council that it is a heritage building. So one of the things that impacts cost for the stairs and anything that we do there is we can only restore, we can't replace. So that is a challenge and a barrier. And basically all of those slabs of stone, marble, etc., have stone dust underneath. And as it becomes imbalanced, it becomes a safety issue. So the work that has to be done to keep that safe and usable can be a bit of a challenge and definitely has an impact to capital budget.
Well, it's a beautiful building, and I'm really, really happy to see that it's being maintained. So thank you so much.
Further questions or comments? Okay, thank you. Ms. Bailey?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, our next presenter, Mr. Pilon, is here. He's the general manager from the Raisin Region Conservation Authority. The budget for the Raisin Region Conservation Authority starts on page 184.
Mr. Palin, welcome back to council. Floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. Thank you for the invitation today. And Brian McGillis, our chair, unfortunately couldn't make it today, but he does send his regrets. So you should have in your budget package, although in a different orientation, our draft 2024 operating and capital budget that was circulated back to you in November. Although we have 5 municipalities in our region, I'll be referring to the city of Cornwall as a portion of the budget this afternoon. I'll briefly go over the draft budget amounts, and then I'll discuss the final budget that was approved by the Board of Directors last week. So the total RCA operating budget proposed for 2024 in the draft version that you have was $3,612,114. Our RCA's programs and services are listed in the operating budget document on the left. Just quickly go over the categories, the departments. So we have watershed monitoring, watershed management, watershed planning and regulations, watershed stewardship, conservation recreation, corporate services. Most of those items are mandated under the Conservation Authorities Act. The ones that are not, were watershed stewardship, forestry, and the like. That is it's not mandated, but it does not cost the city any money. There's no levy dollars going towards that. We are successful in getting funding for that. So, so that's good news. For sources of revenue, they're listed underneath our green section. We get $686,317 from the province. That includes transfer payments and project-specific funding. We get $237,000 from the federal government. That's mainly for the watershed stewardship projects. We generate revenue in the amount of $1,075,000 to the operating budget. That comes mainly from our user fees, planning and regulations, Grays Creek Marina, revenue, and Schlottenberg Park. $641,531 is funded by our partners, Alice Canada, Forest Ontario, OPG, and others. $49,200 would then come from reserves. And this leaves a balance of $921,912 to be covered by municipal levies. Of note, the municipal levies account for 25% of our total budget, operating budget, and it's one of the lowest percentages out of the 36 conservation authorities in the province. So we're pretty proud with those numbers. The overall increase in municipal levy for 2024 for all 5 member municipalities is therefore $28,377. So that's a 3.18% increase. For the city of Cornwall, the increase is 3.06% for $16,867. The levy portion, by the way, is assigned to each municipality based on assessment data we get from MPAC, and it's further modified by M&R. The City of Cornwall, the levy portion is then calculated as 53.66% of the total levy for all municipalities, and last year was 53.36, so the assessment went up slightly. Moving on to the capital budget, that's the next sheet. So the total project value for the capital budget for 2024 is $217,790. This includes repairs and upgrades to our water control structures, our conservation areas, our buildings and equipment. The capital budget also includes some deliverables required under the recent Conservation Authorities Act amendments, such as a land inventory, an asset management plan, a conservation area strategy, a watershed-based resource management strategy. And these plans will also inform our updated strategic plan in 2024, which I know Councillor Ibai would be very happy to have that included in our capital budget this year, because our current plan is a bit out of date. Sources of revenue for the capital projects include $10,000 from the province under the Water and Erosion Control Infrastructure Program. $172,390 would come from reserves, which leaves a balance of $35,400 to be covered by the 5 member municipalities. For the City of Cornwall, that amount would be $16,312. So the draft budget that you have, the total increase when you combine the operating and capital for the City of Cornwall is actually 4.21% for the City of Cornwall. After our draft budget was circulated to our member municipalities in November, we were made aware of the City of Cornwall's council budget direction of having a goal of a 3% budget increase. So I'm pleased to inform council that the draft budget was revised with that goal in mind, and the final budget was passed last week by the RCA Board of Directors, and the total increase of the operating and capital does max out at 3%, and that's down from the 4.21% that you have in front of you. So we were able to do that by taking an extra $8,500 from reserves. Our reserves are in good shape for the size of our organization, so it was easy for us to do that to keep in line with the budget direction from council. So that's my budget presentation, Mr. Chair, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm surprised to hear that the levy for your conservation authority is the lowest in the province. That's set by the province, though, isn't it?
No, we're allowed to raise funds. We're allowed to go for grant, and we were successful in getting a lot of grants and be able to lower the amount that the municipalities have to pay. So that's not set in stone. The mandated programs are set in stone, but the amount that we charge, it depends on each conservation authority.
They don't lower what they're sending to you, though, based on any funds you've raised.
The province doesn't really send us much, so.
Sorry?
The province doesn't really send us much, so they've lowered that a long time ago, so we don't rely on the province.
Okay. When I see that so many different sources of revenue for you, you must spend a lot of time in your office writing grants applications.
We do. We actually have one person who's very good at it, and why we hired that person, and she's been bringing in a lot of money over the last few years. So
busy woman.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hebert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, first of all, I just want to let everybody know that this is Richard's retirement year, and so we'll be losing him in a couple of months. And he's spent many, many years with conservation authorities, not just ours, South Nation as well, and came back to the Conservation Authority, so he's the Raisin Region Conservation Authority, so has a long history doing this work in our communities, and so want to congratulate you publicly on your retirement, Richard. You've contributed quite a bit. Same note really as the library is that the Conservation Authority, yes, as much as it does a lot of really great conservation work, also provides a lot of really wonderful, affordable or free recreational facilities or programs for families, not just in Cornwall, but around the area, and programs that are becoming profitable now as well, too, because they're so well run, because the staff at the Conservation Authority are excellent. Many of them have been there for 18, 19, 20 plus years. So it's a really a great place to be. Happy to see the strat plan. Happy that you brought that up. It is obviously the conservation authorities are governed by, you know, provincial legislation and whatnot, but every conservation authority is unique, and it gives us the opportunity here locally to give some direction on what we want to see, what our focuses are. And also remind everybody that the Conservation Authority does a lot of tree planting projects in the city on public property, so definitely assists our department in that work. And I know we're trying to increase our tree canopy, and the CA does a lot of that great work, and often through grants, like has been mentioned, a lot of grants. I know every board meeting we approve about an arm's length of grant applications, so they're constantly out there seeking funds to increase their outreach, to increase their services, and appreciate you also looking at that 3% goal and bringing that down to the council table. So thank you, Richard, for the many, many years of service and for your presentation.
Thank you.
Councillor Good?
Thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and it's so refreshing to hear that you have a healthy reserve and that you're even able to have that flexibility to move things from one source to another. I wanted to ask, and Councillor Eber kind of just stole my thunder. No, I'm kidding. But, I wanted to ask about the marina specifically and the profitability of that. We obviously operate our own marina. What's the special sauce? How are you making that? How are you making that profitable?
I guess it's a combination of things. We have very dedicated staff and staff that are very passionate and making sure that there's no wasted money. And we do go for grants, try to get grants for student employment, and even tweaking hours of operation, monitoring, you know, when it's busiest, so we can cut back here and there. And I don't know, just, you know, looking at it closely, and we were able to turn it into a profit-making venture.
That's wonderful. And I was hoping maybe you could speak just a little bit more to the collaborative work that's done with the city as far as the tree canopy goes. I know we have an item budgeted for, I think, $300,000 for 800 trees. Now, they're not saplings, and I believe that's typically what you provide, or just the little baby trees?
Well, we have different programs.
Okay.
We have the over-the-counter program that
Okay.
people can buy. We have programs where we work with municipalities for tree planting day. Then we also have Forest Ontario gives us grants to help subsidize tree planting and anybody's private property. So there's a multitude of programs, and we take advantage of whatever we can. And we like to have partnerships out there as well with our municipalities, because even though they give us levy, we'd like to, you know, return and help them out as much as we can. So there's many aspects.
That's wonderful. Do you have like a ballpark number of what you would anticipate in 2024, the number of trees that may be planted in 2024?
I think it's about 60,000, but we're thinking it's going to go up. There's some funding that might be announced very shortly for an increase there. So
That is incredible. I am very happy to hear that. And I will say that before we purchased our property, it was my brother's, and he planted about 120 trees from you in our backyard. So we are
good.
very lucky to have a very small forest right now, but it will one day be
it will grow.
beautiful. Yeah, thank you so much.
Councillor McIntosh, was that a hand up earlier?
Yes, it is. Speaking of trees, I just want to put a disclaimer out there. I checked my family tree. I don't have any relatives just working for Raisin Region Conservation Authority, although I have relatives in the police, municipal works, and police department, fire department. So I didn't want to cause a cardiac arrest and reduce the staff at Standard Hill by 50%. I sit on the board with Carolyn. We pay 53% of the bills. Was it Richard? You said 52. Might explain the voting. There's a perk that goes with that.
Yes, new this year, thanks to our provincial government trying to reduce red tape, we had to vote on the final budget in two parts. So the levy portion, so the portion that the municipalities have to pay under the Conservation Authorities Act, was voted as a weighted vote. So the City of Cornwall, having 2 reps and paying 53%, had a maximum of 50% of the vote on the levy portion, and the remaining municipalities picked up the difference. So Carolyn and Claude had 25% each. And luckily, they they voted for the levy portion, so we just needed one more municipality to pass that part of the budget. Afterwards, we had to have another vote for the total budget, and that was a one member, one vote as previously, so.
I just want to point that out. There's a perk that goes with it.
Yes, a little
And
perk.
congratulations on your retirement, well earned. Okay. We haven't picked a successor yet. It's going to be hard to fill your boots.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Further questions or comments? Yep. Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll start our departmental presentations again this evening, starting with paramedic services. So Chief Lister, on page 78.
Hello, everybody. I'll try and follow Mayor's direction and be as quick as we can here. Just to introduce one of the newer faces in our area. This is Brian Dufresne. He's a new deputy chief, replacing one of our retirees. So hopefully we have a long history with Brian, and we'll build him up to be a solid member of the community. Not that he's not already. So in the paramedic 2024 budget, we're trying to maintain status quo with the anticipation that 2025 will be a growth year. So in salaries and benefits, there is some moving around of people. You'll see a 0.3 increase, which is basically just moving some people from like finance over to recognize like grant work and money, but there's no true headcount increase. In the community paramedic level, it looks like a 2% increase, but really what we've done is we just moved some money around so that we could have more people in the community paramedics. The rest of the salary increase is what you've heard many times. It's just the natural increase in salary and benefits. Natural increase, maybe that's the wrong word, but it's the increase that are related to contractual obligations. Where we've really seen some cost increases relates to purchase of goods. The supply chain is a mess. We try and keep our 10-year capital in line with, but the suppliers aren't listening to our budget projections, and they're making it very difficult to buy vehicles on the year that we say we need them. But the other things that are going on is there's huge increases way beyond the cost of inflation. We're seeing 14 to 30% increases. Some places we're seeing 100% increases. So we've anticipated what that looks like, and that's the numbers you'll see in the budget. We do see some increases in other things that that are typical across other departments, like insurance costs and so on. We are committing to continuing education, and that breaks down into kind of two roles. One's a clinical education, and one's kind of an operational role. Clinical roles are moving medics towards better patient care, and the operational roles are more to manage the health and welfare of the workers within the organization. So things like autonomous IV helps the patient, but mental wellness is geared towards, much like the police had talked about, looking after the medic and the frontline workers to try and maintain a healthy work-life balance. There is a new process. It's not going to cost us any money other than it will require some training, and I'll bring a report to council probably next month. It's called MPDS, which is a different way of triaging. And that's a bit of work. It's government run, but hopefully that will have some major adjustments in the amount of emergency calls we do. The way that works is it re-triages so that we're not over prioritizing our emergency calls, so we can do a more timely approach to everything else. Call volumes won't drop. They'll still increase by about 4% or 6%, what you've anticipated and heard the day before yesterday. It's just what are time sensitive and what aren't time sensitive is what they're working on. Related to revenue, the government made an announcement about 6 months ago stating that globally across paramedic services they'll fund to 6%, which is global. So our assumption is we'll receive somewhere between 5%, which will shore up the shortcomings of the 50-50 grant formula. I think everybody's aware of that. So 50% of the operation comes from the province and 50 comes from the municipality. So all that put together, our net increase is around 3% on that assumption that there's about a 5% increase on that. Do you want me to slow down or do you want me to go right into capital?
We can pause there and see if there's any questions.
Okay.
Let's talk about capital.
Okay. So capital projects. There's only one capital project that's actually it's a tweaking. It could look like an increase to some individuals. We have a regular replacement cycle on the ambulances. We're trying to do cost-effective replacements. The ambulances have gone up significantly, about $80,000 a unit last time we talked to the supplier. But what we're trying to do is we take the box off the back, change the chassis underneath, and then we run it for another life cycle, which is we're getting about 10 years out of a truck or out of a unit that way, which saves across the fleet, it will save us about $1 million. There's some supply chain issue with that in that it's a slower process, and we're starting to realize best laid plans sometimes get delayed because parts and pieces and bits and bobs have to all come together, and that's slowing us down. We have had to increase by one ambulance just to deal with the pressures on the call volume. So we're purchasing a new ambulance. We're in the process of doing it, and you heard that 2 days ago that it's taking us so long to get the ambulances now that we have to start ordering well in advance of the business cycle. So we're working on that. So that's a usual typical 10-year capital project, and we're going to have to continue to add growth into it as we go. The next one is the CPR devices. This is mechanical CPR. There's a benefit to this in that it's a safety component. They're expensive, but they do better CPR, so the outcomes to the patients are really good. And it's safer for the medic, so they don't have to stand up in the back of a moving truck if we have to transport that person. It also frees their hands up to do other things. So it's not just CPR all the time. We're moving the paramedics towards treating in the field versus transporting to the hospital, and so a lot of the work gets done while this machine is beating on somebody's chest. Next one, please. So this is one of the units that we're replacing one unit as it wears out, and we're basically changing a van, just a normal panel van, into one of these units. The transition assists us in that the people who use these are the community paramedics, but we can put anybody in them. And the beauty of that is when they have the lights and sirens and the numbers there, like that 4706, it means that they can be dispatched by dispatch and they can respond to emergency calls. So we can get these people to be first on scene. It stops the clock. It gets care there really quickly. It's becoming the norm on the way call rollout happens, and they go to the most life-threatening So really all we're doing is replacing an old one and changing an unmarked utility van into one of these as we move forward.
Councillor Gardner?
The other day, we talked about response time. Was this van part of that response time? I know I had a family member who became very ill, and that van was there right away. And I usually see them at the Benson Center or parked somewhere else.
Yeah.
Is there any chance that they have that in the counties?
Yes, we run them everywhere. As we grow, we're hoping to have like one assigned to each county. So coverage is done by one of those units, and transport is done by an ambulance.
Yeah.
So there's a whole strategic plan on how we utilize those. But yes, they're called rapid response units
Yeah.
because of that. It's get there quick. They're not tied up in the hospitals, and that's all what it's about. It's like getting that care there really, really fast.
Did that count into your response time?
Yeah, it does
overall?
count,
Yeah,
yeah.
it does. Okay. Thank you.
So
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sorry. So the last, I think it's the last one, is the just the maintenance on the public access defibrillators. These are the defibrillators that hang in the posts, which is in the budget book. We separate these defibs, which are about $3,000 a piece, from the ones that the paramedics use. The ones that the paramedics use are the same ones that are used in the hospital. These ones, we're just replacing the ones that are worn out or getting done. So that's all that's about. Is there's about 400 in SD&G, maybe a little less than 400, but the initial program was grant funded to get them in the community with the promise that you'll maintain them at the tax base. So that's what we're doing now. They're starting to need some replacement, and that's what we've budgeted for. So our 10-year capital shows most of the equipment that we need to replace as we move forward. We're making the finance department go gray prematurely because we keep telling them that we can't get a truck till 2029 and it's supposed to be in 2021, and it's all over the place. But in general, it'll all wash out. You just got to be patient with it as supply chain gets stabilized. And if we can get a handle on the cost increase, that's our projection. At current, we'll work in the growth rate. We try and set at about a 50% utility rate, which is the meaning that when our ambulances are more than 50% occupied doing calls, then we should start considering adding ambulances to the road. We're running currently at about 56% occupancy rate. So we're a little bit behind on adding staff to the road. We're working desperately to catch up. It's a little bit hard to do because as soon as we think we get there, they move the finish line. So we're working on it, but that's the ambulance as you see today.
Thank you. Questions? I think I saw Councillor McIntosh.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. The ambulance, you say, takes 2 years. I know you've told us this before. So you must be pushing these vehicles to the limit and maybe a little beyond.
They're at a mileage that we've never seen before. So we're up, some of them will hit probably 500,000 kilometers this year. We do 1 million kilometers a year across the fleet. And we're normally replacing them at 56 months if supply chain was, so we're about 2 years behind on our replacement cycle. So they're getting about, they do about 8,000 kilometers a month per truck. So you can do the math kind of like if we're 2 years behind, we're 160-some thousand added to it.
Have you ever had one break down?
Yeah, they break down. We run extras. And that's part of the problem. So we run 3 extra. So there's one in the garage all the time. I see Maurice sitting in the back. The vein of our existence is, pushing on him hard. Like, we got to get those trucks in and out. And we're hot seating, which means literally it's like a car will come in, medics will jump out, new medics will jump in, and the car goes out again. So we're trying to break that down so that we can do regular maintenance on it. We've never had a breakdown where it's caused like a delay in a response or can't transport. We're really connected and coordinated though. So like if something did happen, we know like repairs after 56 months gets longer and more expensive, and that's why that number is picked. And we'd love to be there at 56 months, but we've had discussions that you need to keep this fleet going.
You need to have access to a dial of prayer. I mean,
they do a really good job though. Like they might be a little scratched up looking and stuff, but the mechanics of them, they take good.
We heard Vince Paul was here earlier, and he mentioned about recruiting. It's getting, I don't know, actually it was the chief that mentioned that. Recruiting is getting tougher. Not as many people want to be police officers, and they're going through another wave of retirements. How many people does the St. Louis College graduate each year out of your program?
Globally across the province, this comes from the provincial data. They graduate about 400 or so, I think it's 600, which is 200 short of what the surveys across the ambulance services of if you could hire what you really needed to do to meet your response time plans and so on, how many would you need? So our closest neighbor that's our biggest competition is Ottawa. You've heard about their offload delays. They have forecasted like 46 medics being hired just into Ottawa through various programs, which is the 3 colleges all together. In our region, our catchment group, pretty much going straight to Ottawa if they were just picking numbers.
So I guess what genesis of my question was that, are you having trouble recruiting people?
We get creative, so
yeah, on a lot of things.
So we basically became a trade school. So when we see them in their last year of school and we see some promise in them, we're putting conditional letters out saying, hey, like we see interest in you, we want to grow you, which is reflective in the budget because we're doing a lot of like in-house training because we're getting them basically zero experience. Like you can't ask for 2 years experience or anything like that. You take the promise and you build it within your own facilities.
Yeah, similar to 1990s, the police department had 21 new officers. They went through a terrible time of losing officers.
Yeah.
And you had 4th-class officers coaching new guys. The defibs, when you install them, is there one in this building?
There is one in this building.
Where is it?
The door.
Just in case.
Yeah. You should have a look around, yes.
The only reason I say that, one time at the curling club, and I think Sid was there, somebody took a heart attack, and somebody said, get the defib, and everybody said, where is it?
Exactly, yeah.
It's got 2.
Get 2?
The curling club's got 2.
Okay, I'll have to take a look when I go down there Friday.
And part of that MPDS that we were talking about, the defib on scene and dispatch, we can flag the addresses and say there's a defib in your building which starts people thinking, oh yeah, maybe I should be doing CPR. And there is one in your building.
Okay.
And then go find it, basically.
Okay.
Get that shock off. We need that.
You obviously have case histories where people have been saved by these things?
Yeah, there's about 11 a year that are
Really?
walking around that, like walking. Remember I was saying that a save counts as somebody leaving the hospital?
On their own.
On their own, and there's about 11. We actually give the medics it looks like a lightning bolt pin if they are able to get recess in. So it's
what a great investment. I mean,
yeah.
It's just, you can't put value on these things. Anyway, thanks for your service.
Further questions, comments? Councilor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I thought in your presentation Monday night you talked about putting possibly a new ambulance, like another one in the whole complement, to get better response times in the counties. And that was going to entail hiring 8 people, I think. So I don't see that reflected here, but.
That's right. We don't think we can get the staff. We don't have the vehicle. So right now, like I was saying, we're hot seating them. We need the vehicle to be able to increase the staffing. So we're trying to push it forward.
Yeah.
We anticipate we'll be before budget, before council in 2025 saying
Wow, okay.
we need
A whole
8,
year, yeah.
which is
Okay.
about 8,000 hours.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Councillor, and thank you, Chief. Perhaps we can turn it over to Tracy, who's working with Bill on the purchasing of the unit. And as Bill's highlighting, it's really, once you have the unit, then you can staff the unit. So I think there's maybe additional clarifications, Tracy, on the purchase of the unit.
Other than to say that we have put the tender out and waiting for a response. I think that's where it's at right now. If you want to.
It's good to go.
Further questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Fothrop with Municipal Works. Mr. O'Brien? And that would be on page 98.
Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Council. So we will begin the infrastructure and municipal works portion of the budget presentation on page 98, starting with the municipal works department. We have Sean O'Brien, our manager of municipal works, here with us for both municipal works and the roads departments. So the municipal works division is broken up into a few different sections, which include the administration section, the garage, parks and landscaping, as well as health and safety and equipment training. The administration section is responsible for the overall management and the administration of the department. The garage looks after capital planning, operation and maintenance of all city vehicles and equipment, excluding emergency services and transit, which are maintained at the transit garage. Our parks and landscaping group maintains all city parks, boulevards, and recreational trails. During the winter, parks and landscaping staff complete winter control activities on the city's sidewalk network, as well as our parking lots at our municipal facilities. Lastly, health and safety provides training programs to staff to support a safe work environment. The biggest impact to the operating budget this year is related to salaries and benefits, which is primarily due to bringing a portion of winter control activities previously completed by contractors back in-house. There are decreases in fuel costs due to lower fuel consumption. Fuel is budgeted at $1.35 per liter across the corporation for both gasoline and diesel, which represents a 5-cent increase from last year. The costs associated with financing have also increased related to debt repayments for the municipal works yard, as well as previous loans coming due and having to be renewed at higher interest rates. The significant capital projects we have for this year are the municipal works fleet renewal program, the purchase of a compact wheel loader to assist with paving, snow removal, and landscaping, as well as our tree canopy program. Council may note an increase to the fleet renewal program, which is a result of the inflation and cost increases we have seen in the equipment market. Council will also note the purchase of a number of EVs this year in the fleet renewal capital budget to replace some of our existing light-duty fleet, which has reached the end of its service life and is consistent with the environmental goals of Council's strategic plan. Although not included in our capital budget this year, the biggest project we have ongoing right now in the department is the municipal works yard redevelopment project. As council is aware, we previously budgeted for the replacement of the administration building and the construction of a new multi-use building and garage. The construction of both facilities is currently underway, with the structural steel now up for the administration building. The admin building will be completed early next year, and then the contractor will move over to the garage and multi-use building. The next phases of the municipal works yard project are shown in our 10-year capital plan, and will be back before council in next year's budget. With that, I'll pass it over to Sean just to quickly go over each of the capital projects.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as Mr. Fothrop mentioned, there are 3 capital projects for municipal works, the first one being the municipal works fleet renewal program. So the municipal works division maintains a 10-year plan for the replacement of approximately 300 corporate vehicles and equipment units. The replacement strategy is to sustain a high level of reliability on the most critical pieces of equipment. When we replace a vehicle, the new units are deployed to departments where reliability and or high mileage is an issue. The old units are relocated to the other departments where they're not as much used or lower mileage and they don't travel out of the city. And this is extending the useful life of the vehicles. For 2024, we have $1,013,000 budgeted through the equipment and vehicle reserve. For a variety of equipment, we have a tandem truck with attachments. We have a small dump truck, a heavy-duty diesel wood chipper, 2 high-roof service cargo vans, and 5 EVs. Submission number 2 on page 103 is for a compact wheel loader. We're proposing to purchase a compact wheel loader that will be used for a variety of applications such as snow removal, planting and landscaping, paving, and a variety of other applications for the various municipal works departments. The low profile of the unit is optimal because of the loading and unloading material, and the articulated steering capabilities permit the unit to work in small areas. Submission number 3 on 104 is our tree canopy management program. The goal of the program is to ensure the city has the necessary resources for the maintenance of our existing tree canopy and encourage the expansion of the tree canopy throughout the city. The program includes an aggressive tree planting strategy for various native and resilient species, increased preventative maintenance, and new inventory management tools for our existing canopy. For 2023, the city and our community partners planted 1,321 trees to complement our existing tree canopy. And that concludes the 3 submissions for municipal works.
Thank you. Councilor Hebert, then Councilor Good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, page 101, the first item, the tandem truck. I think I saw that in last year's budget. Did we remove it, or was it not purchased due to, I don't know, supply chain or?
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor, it was proposed, but due to supply chain issues, the monies were reallocated for the purchase of 2 sidewalk machines.
Okay, perfect. Unfortunately, it's $78,000 more this year, but what are you gonna do? Thanks.
Councilor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just have some questions about the tree canopy management project. When I first read it, I had read that you know, we're putting, I support the investment in our tree canopy program, just to be very clear, but that we were planting 800 trees for 300,000. What is the estimate on the number of trees that we intend to plant with a budgeted amount?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the 300 it's money that we utilize for the removal of our ash trees, and anything that is surplus is what we utilize to plant as well. The 1,320 trees is a combination of our city resources with the tree, installing trees or planting trees, leveraging grants that are out and available, as well as our subdivision agreements. Whenever we are making subdivisions there, we mandate a tree be planted in every property. So that's all included in this number.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and just to add to Mr. O'Brien's comments, there's a number of tree planting programs out right now, both from the federal government, private companies. So we try to leverage funding programs as well as working with the Conservation Authority, as we just heard. We try to leverage these programs as much as we can. There's a number out right now, and we have a number of substantive applications being submitted. And we are hopeful that we will be successful. FCM's another program, Tree Canada is another program. There's a 1 Billion Trees initiative. So there's many programs available, especially lately, that help supplement our tree canopy. So we're actively applying for these programs, and we're hoping that we're going to be successful, and we're hoping that it will improve our tree canopy, and we'll be able to report a higher number next year, in addition to what we have proposed as part of the tree canopy program.
Wonderful, and I will say that as a chair of the Bird Friendly Committee, we did submit a letter of support for I think the 1 or 2 billion trees program. So any external money that we can get. Do you have an estimate? And I don't want to dig too deep into other things, but we've seen a lot of clear cutting in the last year, and I know just at our budget our council meeting on Monday, we approved 5 or 6 new suburb developments. Do you have an idea of how much tree canopy we lost in 2023?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have an exact percentage, but that is something that we are currently working on evaluating with the Climate Change Committee, as well as working with the Raisin Region Conservation Authority, who completed the last assessment. So we are working on completing an updated canopy study, which would indicate what our current canopy coverage would be.
Okay, it was a concern that was expressed to me through a number of different residents about the loss of tree canopy in the city, and kind of wondering what we're doing. But I know we also passed a temporary clear cutting bylaw. Can you maybe talk to us a little bit about that while we're on the topic?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we're proposing to bring a couple of reports back to council in the near future that will look at tree protection.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad that we're investing in this. Thank you for clarifying that it's actually really for removal of the ash trees. And I would say everything else here seems pretty reasonable and on track. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. When the new administration building is completed, what will happen to the old administration building? Will that be repurposed or torn down?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's past its lifespan, and the new multi-use garage building will actually be very close to where the administration building was. So once the new admin building is built, staff will eventually move over. That building will come down as there's contamination in the building or around the building, and the garage and multi-use building will be built adjacent to it. Just
a point of interest, I believe a couple of years ago you repurposed a fire truck. I haven't seen that around lately. Is it still, part of your municipal works, is it still on the road?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is. It's still on the road.
I don't know whose idea that was, but it was a great idea.
Our water distribution.
I know it was yours, Sean.
That was our garage supervisor's idea.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was it's very successful, and it's been working very well for the waterworks crew, and it's been a success. Yeah.
Okay. On the tree issue, are we done with was it the elm disease?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the ash borer, yes.
Ash borer,
We've moved away from treating ash trees and are replanting.
Yeah. But where we used to put money in the budget for that.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it used
in
to
the
be
budget.
it used to be in this capital project, but we're no longer treating trees.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it was following up what Sarah talked about, the clear cutting of that. This came up at the Raisin Region Conservation Authority, and one of the members from North Glengarry suggested that when a developer has a piece of property, you cannot tell him he can't cut trees.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, currently with the existing bylaws, there would be nothing preventing preventing a developer from clear cutting unless they're cutting some invasive species, but that would be a provincial government enforcement. But a municipality can propose measures to implement through a bylaw.
He used the word managing the development. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Sabri?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. We picked up some snowplows from the municipality up the road there. I'm just wondering how they fit into the fleet and their lifespan that we might have with them.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so they're also included in our roads budget, but yes, they're in our fleet budget as well. So they've been working quite well. They arrived prior to winter control season. It's only been a short period of time that they've been on the road, but it was a very good purchase considering the time restrictions that we had, and they've been working quite well so far.
But, I mean, they are secondhand.
Correct.
The question is, like, do we plan on them on the road for 3 years, 4 years, or whereabouts with that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we do plan on keeping them for the next couple of years, subject to how they perform over the course of this year. Ideally, they'll be moved to less priority routes in the coming years because of where they are in their lifespan. They are at the end of their lifespan, but they're certainly serviceable for our needs for the next couple of years.
Within the budget, going to a complete in-house snow removal plan. Can you explain that, or how it all falls into place there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so currently, this past year, this winter control season, so end of 2023, rest of 2024, winter 2024, we have, there used to be 5 routes, Class 1 routes that were basically completed by contractors, with city staff completing 3 additional Class 1 routes. 2 routes have moved back into city operations. And then in the upcoming winter control season, we would look to potentially move the remainder, subject to approvals.
I want to move over to the tree canopies or situation there. Ash borer seems to be the lesser issue right now. I'm just wondering if there's any evidence of gypsy moth within this region.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe there is, and I'll pass it over to Sean to add more.
I would, through you, Mr. Mayor, I would have to speak with our arborist to find the exact, if there is a large infestation, but we have seen some of that starting in Cornwall.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, based on how popular our Touch a Truck Day is and the fact that other cities are doing it and having a great deal of fun with it, I hope that sometime soon, maybe we're going to move to naming our snowplows. There have been contests held in cities and everybody gets involved. And I guess Plowy McPlowface is an all-time favorite in almost every city where this happens. So have you got any plans of us doing that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we don't have any current plans, but we are certainly open to the proposal and the idea, and that's something we absolutely can look at.
Okay, thank you. You'll be hearing from me.
Councillor Gardner.
I know it's in the book, but through you, Mr. Mayor, to Ms. Bailey, Where do we stand with our snow budget so far?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Mr. Fothrop and I were hoping for a green Christmas because we were over budget already. So we're about $300,000 over budget. We do have a reserve to help with that if we need to at our year end. So we'll, there may be some pending invoices still, but yeah, we're about 300,000 over budget.
Surprises me with all the rain we had early on, but yeah, thank you for that answer.
Further questions? Okay, I just have one quick one with regard to the fleet. I'm happy to see us move to electric vehicles. I think it's, personally, I feel it's a little overdue, but it's nice to see it happening, especially with rising fuel costs, carbon tax, and everything that impacts us. Just briefly, I know here at City Hall or this general area, we have two. I know one's in heavy use, but I feel like the second one, as I'm here every day, I see it in the parking lot a lot. I'm not sure if it's being used fully, so I'm wondering if that's one that could be repurposed to another department if the use is justified and it's not being used here. It's the plug-in hybrid, the Hyundai Ioniq. I know the Kia Soul is like always on the road, but the other one I just see him here. At one point, I think there was a snowbank behind it this winter, so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can look at the usage in review.
Thank you. All right, thank you. We'll move on to the next department.
So our next section is the roads division on page 106. So roads includes both summer and winter control. So summer control is basically road and sidewalk maintenance such as road repair, curb repair, ditch maintenance, street sweeping and flushing, and maintenance of city signs. Winter control includes snow clearing and salt application for all municipal roads, sidewalks, and parking lots. Snow removal operations in the downtown areas, cold patch application, and operation of the snow management facility. The biggest impact to this year's operating budget is the increase to salaries and benefits, which is related again to bringing a portion of winter control activities back in-house, as well as incremental and contractual increases. Purchase of goods is up primarily due to salt cost increases and in order to bring our volumes in line with 3-year averages. It's also important to note from last year that the traffic flow maintenance budget, which used to be within the roads department, has moved over to the infrastructure department to align with our organizational structure. And since the traffic department has been moved over to the infrastructure department, there are no capital projects proposed as part of the roads budget.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Oh, sorry, James, it's, I think. So we'll now move to page 114 of the budget book for the Infrastructure Planning Division. Presenting with me is Ms. Emma Vanier, the city's manager of infrastructure. So this department provides engineering services including capital planning, asset management, and detailed design and construction administration services for the city's linear infrastructure capital projects. Basically, the department is responsible for taking our capital projects from concept to completion, starting with the survey, preparing the detailed design drawings and tender specifications, to administering and supervising the contractors completing the work. As mentioned earlier, this department also looks after the traffic division, which maintains our traffic control systems. In regards to the operating budget, salaries and benefits are up year over year due to incremental and contractual obligations, as well as only budgeting 3/4 of some positions last year due to some known vacancies occurring within the department. Purchase of goods is up primarily as a result of adding a traffic calming road safety budget this year, following the recommendations of the report to council last year. The revenue from the department is derived from internal fees, which are charged to capital projects. So operating department costs are charged back to capital projects, and that's how the operations are funded. Just quickly before I pass it over to Ms. Vanier to go through our capital, I did want to highlight the department's process for selecting capital projects in our asset management program. So recently we completed an update of the city's asset management plan for core infrastructure, as Ms. Bailey detailed in her presentation yesterday. As council is aware, the AMP is our guiding document for the department and informs our capital replacement programs. Asset management involves the continuous monitoring of condition, costs, risks, age, performance, and useful service life of our assets to identify and prioritize our projects. The objective is to maximize benefits, manage our risk, and to provide satisfactory levels of service to our residents. The AMP provided recommended spending targets in either a 10 or 25-year time period for each asset class, depending on the respective backlogs that needed to be addressed. And this budget has been prepared trying to reach those recommended spending levels. One of the main challenges the city continues to face is the increasing costs of infrastructure renewals. For the last number of years, the inflation that we have experienced in the local construction market has far outpaced, or any construction market has far outpaced the normal rate of inflation, and has impacted the number of capital projects that we're able to complete on an annual basis in order to try to manage the impact to the overall tax rate. Similar to previous years, we have prepared this budget in order to incrementally increase the annual amount we are spending on each asset on infrastructure renewals in an attempt to ultimately reach the recommendations from our AMP. But still, due to the impacts of the inflationary markets we've been going through, we're still not reaching those levels. So with that, I'll just pass it over to Emma to quickly run through each of our capital projects, which start on page 117.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, on page 117, our first project is the asphalt resurfacing on various city streets. The asphalt paving program reflects the needs that have been identified in the city's road network. These improvements are selected based off of Ontario minimum maintenance standards, speed limits, daily traffic volumes, MTO pavement design, and pavement condition ratings that are completed by qualified staff on a bi-yearly basis. As well, public sentiment, comments from municipal works, and the condition of the buried infrastructure underneath the road itself are taken into consideration. For arterial and collector streets that have a PCR less than 50 and local roads with a PCR less than 45 are considered for improvements. This year, you'll see in the graphic on page 117 that Bedford Street, Lawrence Street, First Street, Bergen Avenue, Guy Street, and Walton Street are going to be full reconstructions with the road portion funded from this project as a coordinated project. And Robertson Avenue, Riverdale Avenue, Grant Avenue, Vincent Massey Drive, and Cornwall Center Road are resurfacing projects. The next capital project is the Marlow Avenue reconstruction and widening, stage 2. Marlow Avenue is a critical east-west link in the city's transportation network. Previous studies have identified the need for expansion based off of capacity and operational issues. In 2012, an environmental assessment was completed to widen Marlow Avenue to accommodate the increasing traffic volumes, turning movements, and active transportation needs. Stage 2 of the project will involve widening and reconstructing Marlow from Alice Street to Nick Caneb Drive. This year, $2 million is proposed to be included in the budget, which will fund the home relocations where possible and demolitions that are necessary as part of the Phase 2 scope of work. And due to the size and scope of this project, the city has retained a consulting firm to complete the engineering design for the project. The engineering design is currently underway with construction scheduled for 2025. The next capital project on page 119 is the Centertown, Water Street, and Montreal Road intersections. In 2012, Heart of the City initiated the Centertown Streetscaping Revitalization Strategy. Its objective is to provide aesthetic and functional links between Le Village and the downtown areas. The inclusion of $30,000 in this budget is to establish funding over a period of time to install brick paver crosswalks along Water Street and Montreal Road. As Montreal Road and Water Street are reconstructed, the pavers will be installed, and in 2025 and 2026, the city is proposing to resurface Montreal Road, and as part of that, these accrued funds will be used for the paver installations at McConnell Avenue and Belmont Street. On page 120, the next project is the culvert replacement Fly Creek at Boundary Road. This culvert is 180 meters in length and a two-span corrugated steel arch culvert. Biannual inspections are completed on all city bridges and large culvert structures. During the 2022 inspection, the report indicated that this culvert is nearing its end of life and requires rehabilitation or replacement. The project is being funded over 2 years, so in 2023, $500,000 was set aside for this project, and in 2024, an additional $400,000 is budgeted to complete the rehabilitation work. The next capital project is our small diameter culvert rehabilitation. Throughout the city, we have small diameter culverts ranging in 400 to 900 millimeters in diameter on roads with a rural cross-section. Although they are smaller, failure of these culverts would cause a major disruption to the city's road network. To ensure they maintain in good repair, city staff complete annual inspections of the culverts, and from that, a rehabilitation priority list is created. And with the $100,000, we complete as many of those rehabilitations as possible. For 2024, we're going to be completing culvert relining opposed to full replacements, which should be more cost-effective and allow more culverts to be rehabilitated. On page 122 is our active transportation sidewalks project. In 2010, the bicycle and pedestrian master plan was completed by IBI in the city, which recommends an annual investment in sidewalks. For 2024, the construction of a new sidewalk on Queen Street from Walrich Avenue to Shirley Avenue is proposed, with the continuation of the Queen Street sidewalk to 2nd Street in 2025. This sidewalk will provide a pedestrian connection from the Riverdale area to the Benson Center and the Brookdale Shopping Center. Further, it improves safety for students walking to the local elementary schools and will provide connectivity to the recreational path on Power Dam Drive and our waterfront trail. $360,000 is proposed for this sidewalk in the 2024 budget. The next active transportation project is regarding bicycle infrastructure. The city has budgeted for 2 bicycle infrastructure projects in 2024. The first project is the addition of bicycle lanes on Vincent Massey Drive from Power Dam to the west limit, which will be part of the resurfacing of Vincent Massey Drive. The second project is part of the multi-year new recreational path along the south branch of the Raisin River. The funding for the project this year will go towards the archaeological management plan and geotechnical studies that are required as part of the project. The next capital project is the Road Safety Master Plan. At the July 10th council meeting, council endorsed the recommendation that administration propose to include a road safety master plan in the 2024 capital budget. For this, a traffic engineering consultant will be retained to complete this plan, which will review traffic safety and traffic calming measures in a holistic approach, review areas of concern in the city, and provide data-driven, community-minded traffic safety and traffic calming solutions. It will review items such as speed limits, long and short-term traffic calming measures, and environmental features that we can incorporate into future reconstruction projects and new construction projects regarding traffic calming and traffic safety. So $200,000 is proposed for this study. Our next project is traffic signal upgrades. Currently, the city maintains and operates 70 traffic signal locations, which must be maintained in accordance with provincial minimum maintenance standards. The average life expectancy of a traffic signal is 30 years, after which a full replacement is required. This year, the traffic signals at 2nd Street and Augustus and 13th Street and Cumberland are proposed for replacement. These signals were constructed in the mid to late 70s and have reached the end of their life. And the last capital project proposed is the pole replacement program. The city owns and maintains 1,400 street lighting poles. On a biannual basis, street lighting condition assessments are completed, which identify deficiencies and priority areas for pole replacements. For 2024, it's proposed to replace the poles on Boundary Road from Industrial Park Drive to SCM Way, and $125,000 is allocated for this project.
Thank you. Questions from council? Councillor McIntosh.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Riverdale being redone, that has been put off for a couple of years. Traffic calming on Riverdale when we repave it, I guess it is. Any plans for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the project is planned to go ahead in 2024. It was budgeted last year. We needed to, we identified some sewer issues in our preliminary inspections before we completed the resurfacing. We are going to analyze that section as part of our master plan, and then ultimately follow those recommendations.
You know, we're going to get calls, say from. Marlowe Avenue, it says to relocate or demolish the homes. Do we have any idea at this point which ones will be moved or demolished?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So what will happen is basically is being looked at by our consultant right now. But basically, the scenario that's likely to happen is there is 12 homes, all fronting on Marlowe Avenue. The likely scenario is that there's a widening occurring, but that we are likely able to potentially rotate some of those lots to the side streets, so that you end up with 5 lots instead of 12 lots that were there previously.
Yeah.
And then, that's the ideal scenario. In that case, a foundation gets built, house gets reinstalled on the new foundation. We are likely to take the highest value homes, I guess, or that have the highest structural integrity, I guess. And then likely what is to happen is the remaining structures, if they're viable, would be basically surplus. And so contractors or developers that have lots would purchase those and relocate them, which is pretty common nowadays, provided that the structure can sustain being moved.
Yeah.
But that is likely to what is to happen. Then the foundations, the existing foundations get demolished and removed. Again, the structures would need to support that, so there may be a need if some aren't able to, but I don't think that is to be likely. I think that's what I just described is probably the likely scenario. So this capital budget is basically what allows that to go ahead. We previously budgeted for the design component of it. The budget in front of you doesn't include any potential revenue because we don't know what that revenue is. And that revenue would ultimately go back to a land reserve, which purchased the properties in the first place if we're in a position of selling.
That's really unique. Just I've never seen that. Where you just take the house and you don't rather move it, just turn it.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be the plan. So the house would get lifted up, like the top half of the house would get lifted up, put on basically a trailer is done done a reasonable amount as long as the structure allows for it. Yeah. And then the foundation would get demolished and then turned and then or re-poured and then basically get set back on top, and then the sub trades would basically do the fit up of what's below.
Of course, when it comes to moving homes, they moved 6,800 homes between 55 and 58 when they developed the Seaway. Vincent Massey Drive, bicycle lanes, that's going to be a complete resurface, is it?
That's correct. So it's through Mr. Mayor. So it'll be cold in place on the base lifts and then a top lift of asphalt. Yeah. So basically, the bicycle lanes will ultimately shoulders of the road as well. So. Yeah. That's what Vincent Massey will be.
That's needed. Cyclists on that road, a transport could hit them and not even know it. And there's no space. You've got to pull over to go by there. And I know the Ontario law says you have to give the cyclist 1 foot, but if there's oncoming traffic, it ain't going to happen. Anyway, great idea. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 117, you're showing some resurfacing from Grant and Riverdale Avenue. However, oftentimes when I'm coming back from the West End, from Ingleside or whatever, I do take Riverdale. And from 2nd Street to Grant is where the heavy traffic came for years. When they started building the new area up in the north end of Riverdale, heavy trucks carrying all kinds of equipment, shaking houses. That road from 2nd Street until Grant is a mess now. And when is it going to be done from one end to the other? The north end is pretty well new, but from 2nd to Grant is a mess. So just wondering.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the north end of Grant, basically to where the phase started for the development a few years ago. Yeah. So that section currently has the lowest pavement condition rating. Okay. The segment, so that was previously budgeted to resurface. So this budget is proposing to add to that as well as do Grant in one project. The section to the south, which you're speaking of, was resurfaced. I'm going to say about 20 years ago. It is getting to the point where it will become a priority. So, yes, you're correct. It is starting to degrade south of Grant, but it's a few years away. But it will become eventually a priority for the department.
So the truck traffic now for the new part that's being built now. They've got a place to come off of Power Down Drive with their heavy equipment and not go through Grant. And if going through Grant, the residents will be really happy about knowing that that's being redone, number one. Number two, the traffic calming. I hope it works. I have a major problem almost, it's every day. At Leonard and Shirley, where cars go flying through those stop signs without even slowing down anyway. And we've got kids waiting for their school buses in the corner. I've had some people actually chase a mother and 2 kids to get around the corner in a hurry. I know that's a police issue, but I mean, I don't know how I'm going to get a hold of the police station to put somebody there in a car, start giving tickets there, because one of these days, one of these kids is going to get hit. And it's a major concern. I know it's not really your business, but the interior of the main roads, there's a problem with speeding in there too. So will the traffic calming be a part of the interior?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it'll be holistic across the city. So and there'll be significant public consultation. It'll be road safety across the city and a holistic approach to it. One of the proposals is also a complaint portal for traffic concerns, so that residents know where to raise traffic complaints. And it will allow for good communication basically between the traffic and infrastructure department, as well as city police. And so some of the things that we can do on an interim basis is install radar speed boards, which basically provide data which the police can use for enforcement. So instead of having to respond to your complaint and be there for a long period of time, the whole day, to see what what residents are witnessing, they'll be able to, working with the traffic department, determine where patterns of speeding are. And so they only have to attend at the most likeliest time that an infraction would occur, thus limiting the demand for resources. And so, to answer your question in short, it's a review of the entire city.
I know that part of it, it makes me out to be a grumpy old man, but at the end of the day, if some child gets hurt or gets killed, I will really be grumpy. But anyway, thank you for listening to that part of it.
Councillor Hebert next, and Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On page 122, with reference to the sidewalks on Queen Street, I know that there was some concerns from residents, and there was going to be an opportunity for those residents to speak again. Has that happened? Was there a resolution? What is budgeted for? Has that been taken into consideration? Where are we at on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we've spoken with a number of residents, or a few residents. We've advised of our upcoming public consultation session, which will occur on either late March or early April. So that will be advised to the city as a whole, basically, to be able to attend our open house. And it will also, notices will also go to each direct homeowner directly. So they will be advised of the project at that time. We will be completed the design internally at that point and would be able to communicate with the residents.
Will there be an opportunity to possibly change the design at that point, or is it too little too late?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a resident would be welcome to submit a petition if they don't agree with ultimately the side we're recommending.
Right.
And then that petition would be, if was submitted, it would be before council before it was built.
Once the public engagement has been done?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, once the design and public engagement has been done.
Okay,
yeah.
because I know a petition had already been submitted, but that was a little early, right? So once the design is done, they'll have that opportunity. So I presume what's budgeted is what's expected, and then if for whatever reason what is that developed is maybe only one side or whatnot, then that extra funds would go to another project or the reserve.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we have so Queen Street's a collector. In our master plan, we've identified sidewalks on both sides of the street. We only plan to, like, in the immediate future, as part of this budget, start building on one side of the street to make the connection as soon as possible with the amount of funds that we have. A side will be selected through the design process. It has to take into consideration the location of property bars, overhead utilities, underground utilities. Grading is a major issue. So until we're able to do a legal topographic survey and advance the design, we can't select which side we're going to start with. But that will be decided in the near future and then communicated to the residents, and then they'll have sufficient time.
Okay, good that they'll have an opportunity. I think there's a certain side of the road that has significantly more mature trees than the other, and I think that's the major concern. So glad to know that that's still up for debate, I suppose. And then on page 123, obviously very much a fan of more active transportation. I'm just wondering, so we're we're planning on putting a bicycle lane on Vincent Massey, which is directly next to an existing off-road recreational path. Are we doubling up here? Could we take the extra money and put a bicycle lane or a path where one doesn't exist when we already have one, right there, if you're on the road?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so there's a few comments. So basically, the bicycle lanes on Vincent Massey will be the shoulders of the road. So we would be building, even if we were only building just the road, we would be building those shoulders anyway, if you understand what I mean. So that's
just paint.
Yeah, it's asphalt, but that asphalt would have, if we were just doing a resurfacing project, we would have built that asphalt regardless.
Right.
For road safety purposes, for maintenance purposes, and just proper engineering road design.
Right.
So we would have paved 1 meter, 1.5 meter shoulders on that speed, especially given that class and that speed of roadway. The other is what I'm sure many of us would see as well is the recreational paths tend to be used primarily by recreational cyclists more often than
Commuters.
Commuter cyclists, right? The road networks are, much smoother and faster, straighter, I guess. And so the cyclists tend to stay on the roadway. So common design practice nowadays is to have both.
Hop on a bike lane. It's just some extra paint in this case.
That-
Okay, I knew you'd
that's
have a good
correct.
response for me. Thank you.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I was going to ask you about Queen Street and other collector streets, so I'm glad to hear that the plan is for sidewalks on both sides. So really, it's just, it's going to be common sense that dictates which side gets it first. And I'm just wondering about Riverdale. There's still construction going on the north end. Is it really wise to do the reconstruction, the resurfacing now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so there is house construction. The primary access point is now with the connection of Riverdale to Power Dam. Has to be via Power Dam Drive because that phase of the development abuts to Power Dam Drive. So that's the interpretation of the traffic bylaw. The previous phase didn't have a road connection, a legal road connection, so they were permitted to use the no different than any other construction project. They were permitted to use the shortest distance to and from a what's called a highway, which would be technically Power Dam Drive in this case, which would allow Grant to Riverdale. And so we wouldn't have any concerns at the present time.
Okay.
Yeah.
So with regard to active transportation and sidewalks, there's two really bad intersections, I feel, for a pedestrian in the north end of Brookdale. Brookdale at 13th is one, and Brookdale at Tollgate is atrocious, especially on the east side of the road. The sidewalks just don't line up, and given that there's a shopping center there, there's reason for people to use that sidewalk often. But all of that's going to have to wait for the Brookdale, for the EA to come through and all that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so Brookdale at 13th will be included in the review of the EA and ultimately new solutions proposed for that intersection overall, which will certainly include improved traffic connectivity. I think one of the main issues with pedestrians in that area is the west side of that intersection, trying to cross over to I guess Shoppers Drug Mart area. That issue can't be resolved without improvements to infrastructure, unfortunately. So that will all be reviewed as part of that environmental assessment. The Brookdale at Tollgate location, we can review to see if there's any improvements there, and let you know.
Okay, given it's the east side of Brookdale and Tollgate that I find particularly troublesome, where the sidewalks don't line up. And I thought, given the construction of the fire hall there, that there might be enough activity in the area that it might warrant rejigging the sidewalks. But unfortunately, I don't think there's anything planned for, on the fire hall side of the street. That'll still be,
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess it depends on development in behind the fire hall, and it also depends on what eventual future development occurs, but that's probably a longer time away. The
Right.
west side of the street's a rural section, or with open ditches,
Yeah.
which doesn't allow for sidewalks at the present time unless unless widenings occur and improvements are made. That could occur at some time in the distant future, but not in the immediate.
Okay.
But we can look at what the issue you spoke of and see if there's anything.
very good, because I'll get in touch with you then about the east side. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Sabri next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. There's been already a few comments with regards to the road safety master plan or the traffic calming. Given the inventory of the road work that is being proposed and that, I'd just like to know if there's been any calming measures that's actually being incorporated into those projects.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there often is in a number of regards. So, maybe I'll use Sydney Street as an example, for instance. Used to be 3-lane roadway, narrowed down to 2 lanes. We've narrowed down the through lanes, so they used to be much wider, and now they've been narrowed to give the perception of basically it's a physical limitation, and we've also shortened up the pedestrian crossing to provide a narrowing, so that's where the bulb outs occur. So those have been effective. We've also, one of our most effective measures is implementing radar speed boards. And so that, I don't want to repeat, like I mentioned earlier, that data goes back to the police for enforcement. We're also, especially with the new operating budget that we have, we're able to deploy, we're able to deploy those much more widely across the city. One of the limitations that we've had is that we only have a limited supply of them and only can have them up for a short period of time. The other is vertical speed posts. So those are what you see in the school zones, which are highly effective. We just have a limited supply, so with the proposed operating budget, we would be able to implement them much more broadly across the city and do so on an annual basis, and they're highly effective. So we're hopeful with the master plan recommendations for areas to address will be addressed through the operating, or we'll be able to address with the operating budget we have on an annual basis, and basically start targeting problem areas.
Part of my question with regards to my next question with regards to the bike lane path on Vincent Massey, and that I think it's great to be able to incorporate the shoulder, but given the traffic flow and speed there, I was wondering about some barriers or the vertical warning posts being implemented there, as well as a precaution to the motorists and the awareness of the bike lane next to them.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can look at it. It's an arterial highway road, and so that the primary function is moving traffic. But we'll look at all roads through our master plan and go from there.
Another question with regards to the road work out on Boundary, and that none of that is shared with the neighboring municipality. That's all completely within the city, right? But they receive substantial benefit from just the innovations to the culverts and whatever.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the city pays for or owns the entire Boundary Road corridor and is responsible for its operation and maintenance.
Final question. With regards to the level of activity that's happening in Riverdale in the north end, the development that's happening there, is it too early to ask, or is it on the radar with regards to the possibility of 9th Street West's extension out to Boundary?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so that is something we are looking at as part of our environmental assessment, just to see where the warrants are for 9th Street. ultimately the 9th Street extension, it's a very long stretch of road. And so the warrants for 9th Street don't really occur until you need the entire stretch of until you need the entire segment of the road. So it's not like it can be broken down into phases. So we're looking at the warrants for it to see where it is in regards to traffic volumes on adjacent roads. So that would be 2nd Street, that would be Tollgate Road, and that would be Vincent Massey. So basically the warrants for 9th Street occur when those would technically occur when those roads reach capacity or intersections reach capacity.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I'm just kind of took a walk in a part of it there, but I kind of felt that if that extension was to be opened up, and I think it would open more land for development as well, so that it's kind of the old phrase, if you build it, they'll come, and that's why I'm asking about the 9th Street West extension.
I have Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor Good.
A couple of questions on the 9th Street extension. Go figure, Councillor Sabri might have been reading my mind. If you go back behind St. Anne's, along that where it's kind of penciled in, do we have infrastructure already in the ground?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have water, sewer, and storm sewer going through what the future alignment of 9th Street would be.
And that would run almost to essentially if I can get from wandering around aimlessly, from the train tracks all the way to Power Dam Drive, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So it, just going off of memory here, but so basically it comes off of, south of where that spur line is, like off of Brookdale, and then has like an alignment following the drain, and then goes through Riverdale where that corridor is defined.
So in reality, we're only talking, as far as the infrastructure, I realize the road's a different animal, but as far as the plumbing, you're really only looking at that spur line to 9th Street then, because the rest has already essentially been installed, correct?
Spur line to 9th Street. Basically,
approximate, of course.
Approximately is basically the road needs to be built. Is really the main infrastructure that needs to be built, including storm sewers.
Right.
So sanitary and water is all through there, and storm sewer is through that corridor in a portion of it.
Do we own that strip of land where we've put the sewer and water? Or do we just say, hey, wouldn't it be nice if we did this? And the owner said, sure, have a nice day, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have easements over top of the property for what is defined as the future road allowance has been identified in our official plan. And as the intent was, as development occurred, lands would either be transferred to us or the developer would be responsible for building a portion of it.
On Queen Street, certainly the east end of Queen Street, traffic volumes from an anecdotal perspective seem to be going up. Does that bear anything in terms of the pressure on the municipality to deal with 9th Street at some point? Or do we, let's go with this. Do we have a traffic count on Queen Street, and is it going up from where it was, say, 10 years ago?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we have traffic counts up and down Queen Street. I'd have to look to see what the trends have been. I would presume there's a small increase.
Yes.
Or an increase. I could get you the traffic volume numbers. That would be what you would call, I guess, the warrants.
I was just going to say, is that part of the warrants that would?
It would be. It would
not
be.
Just forward.
It would be, the warrants would be traffic volumes, like the technical warrants would be 2nd, Queen, Tollgate, Vincent Massey.
Okay. The second question with regarding the sidewalks on Queen Street, I'm certainly a champion of both sides, quite frankly, and I will tell anybody that. My track record is legendary for that type of stuff. But do we have off the top, the argument being because the sidewalk's already on the south side for a chunk of going along Queen Street, would it not logically be reasonable? I mean, I realize there's always numbers you have to crunch, but could we guesstimate that it would probably stay on the south side?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're currently reviewing it right now. The issue is there's utility poles on the south side, and we need to ensure that we maintain proper snow storage room.
Sure.
So what the challenge can be is you don't want to be in a situation where you're having to remove snow all the time due to an insufficient boulevard width, like from front of sidewalk to
Right.
curb. One of the challenges is the utilities on the south side, the overhead utility lines on the south side. But ultimately, we are reviewing it and designing it right now. We need to see where the property line is relative to those utilities. Ultimately, the plan is to have 2 sidewalks on Queen Street, and we'll propose whatever makes the most sense.
Which gets me to my last question. If we're gonna go to 2 sidewalks anyway, does it kind of not really matter which one we put in first?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess ultimately it wouldn't, but it will be. So what will happen is, right now, there's major warrants for sidewalks on Queen Street, high traffic volume,
Yep,
or traffic
there
volumes
is.
collector. And so we want to get pedestrians off the roadway, as quickly as possible, which means putting it on one side first and then moving to the second side. There are other priorities in the city. There's many sidewalk priorities in the city. So we would likely move to another area afterwards to try to address issues, but then we would move to putting 2. Yeah, similar, Riverdale Avenue is similar. Riverdale Collector, high traffic volumes, would warrant 2 sidewalks, currently has 1. But at some future time, we would probably look for 2, but that's not in our current plans.
Fair enough. Just for the record, Your Worship, I think a sidewalk is imperative. When my parents lived on Queen Street, my mother refused to go out and walk because there were so many cars, and she was essentially terrified to walk on Queen Street by virtue of the volume. So I think it's one way or the other, north, south, I think it's absolutely necessary. So thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Father.
Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Most of the questions have already been asked, but I do have a couple. I know there are some intersections where there's going to be pavers going in to redo those intersections. There was a conversation that took place, I know we're anticipating redoing Montreal Road. Are there any issues with those types of pavers heaving? Is that something we're anticipating? Are we looking at another type of solution that might have a better shelf life?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a good question, and there can certainly be those issues with pavers. It's the paver that's been installed previously is the highest grade, thickest paver you can get. But yes, there are those issues, and yes, we're going to look at potentially other solutions, and we'll review all of that when we look at. Ultimately, this will fund streetscaping improvements as part of Montreal Road through Le Village.
So there's a potential that those are not actually constructed as pavers, but there's an alternate type of material used?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there's that possibility for
Okay,
sure.
perfect. On that note of crosswalks, I know we've approved last year, and I think in previous years, the rainbow crosswalk. A report came back to us. Are we getting a rainbow crosswalk this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so yes. So what we're planning on doing is we're going to have public consultation over this winter on the location. We have a list of locations that we think would be it would be a potential for. So we're going to send it out to local advocacy groups as well as to the general public, and then survey the public, and then ultimately come back to council with a proposed location.
Perfect. And I know it was like a particular type of, it almost seemed like a sealed kind of plastic material that it would be. Do we have enough budgeted for that in your estimation to cover the cost?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we have it's thermoplastic, and we have enough budgeted for one location, and it would be it would be one side of the intersection, and it would be included in our line painting contract we put out for the spring.
Wonderful. I'm really happy to hear that that's on there. I wanted to ask as well about the bike lanes from Edgar to Brookdale. Not the bike lanes, but the off-road recreational path. Was that not in last year's budget?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we, this is just the archaeological assessment and the geotechnical assessment or review. And then I believe the next phase of the ultimate construction would be included next year as well. So it was over 3 years.
Okay, so it was over 3 years, and I know we were funded from other levels of government for that project, if I'm not mistaken.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we were successful in receiving grant funding for the project. Yeah.
That's great. I'm just curious to know, in coming years, is it on the minds of the department in terms of creating protected bike lanes within the inner city for commuters?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's something we plan on looking at with our master plan, identifying where locations may make sense, and yeah, that's something we're going to review.
Wonderful. I've seen some really great styles where, like I know in Montreal on de Maisonneuve, they have it's a one-way, which we have a lot of, and they have one side of the street with both bike lanes, and then they're protected. So it really keeps the cyclists on one side. They're not getting hit by car doors that are opening from, parked cars and things like that. So just to put that in.
Absolutely.
Plant a seed there.
It's, many municipalities are doing it with either like permanent structures with concrete curb, or they're doing it with just vertical post delineators. There's a number of ways to do it, and we're going to review it as part of our master plan.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Councillor Gardner.
Councillor Hollingsworth beat me to it. I was going to ask about the 9th Street extension through to Livedale, and he covered it quite well. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions or comments for this? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. I think we'll take the opportunity at this time to break for dinner. So we'll be back here at 6:15. Thank you. All right, council, we're gonna get started again. Apparently. So we're gonna get started. We have transit up next.
So our next section is transit on page 108. We have James Levert as well as Morris Roseau here with us this evening, both supervisors at transit, and they will assist with the presentation. So transit is divided into an operations division and a maintenance division. The operations division provides conventional and specialized bus services. The maintenance division services our fleet of 25 buses as well as EMS and police vehicles. Overall for transit, 2023 was a very successful year with significant increases in ridership as we approached our goal of reaching 1 million riders. Ridership has recovered to pre-pandemic levels. Many other services across the province have not been as lucky in recovering from the impacts of the pandemic and the resulting changes to demand for transit service. One of the key goals for the department this year will be to complete and implement the recommendations of the Transit Master Plan, which will be discussed in detail in the capital portion of the presentation. The master plan will include reviews of many of the transit-related items that we discussed at Council's strategic planning session. This year, the biggest impact to the operating budget is the salaries and benefits, primarily resulting from the new union agreement, as well as additional part-time hours, which are necessary to cover personal leave. There is a small increase in purchase of goods. Fuel is budgeted at $1.35 per liter across the corporation. We have a small decrease in our fuel budget. Our fuel budget has gone down primarily due to the implementation of the 3 hybrid buses, which is resulting in a savings of 21,000 liters per year. Services and rents has increased, resulting just from a minor increase to the snow removal contract for the city's bus pads and shelters. Our mobility costs have also gone up as all buses are now operating with advanced GPS and route sharing software. In regards to revenue, a modest fare increase of 25 cents is budgeted for May 1st. Additionally, we have a small increase in charter fees, which are more in line with cost for service and comparatively to the private market. Semester and annual college fees are also proposed to modestly increase on September 1st as well. The provincial gas tax allocation is estimated to be the same as we received in 2023. The increase in revenue is mostly attributable to an increase in passenger ridership, and overall it was a great year for transit, recovered to pre-pandemic levels, and everything is going very well. So now we'll move on to the capital portion on page 111. So the first capital project is for improvements to various bus stops throughout the city. The project is funded using ICIP funding as well as the Vehicle and Equipment Reserve. So this is the 5th year of a 6-year plan to make all bus stops fully accessible by 2025 in accordance with AODA standards. The project will include 10 bus shelters with solar lights, 10 to 15 new concrete pads, as well as replacing the signage at all bus stops. Currently, we have 74% of the city's bus stops which would be considered accessible. The remaining bus stops will be included in next year's budget submission. Additionally, this capital project includes adding a bus bay on Nitkaneb Drive, which will include paving a bus lane adjacent to the roadway, installing a shelter and concrete pad, as well as installing a sidewalk and a culvert across the ditch to connect the sidewalk to the bus shelter. The image on the screen or the image on the page shows what a bus lane looks like, what the shelter looks like. So that's what we have proposed on Nick Kneb Drive, which is in response to changes in demand resulting from both Bridgewood Public School and the Southbridge Retirement Home as well. So that would, the McConnell route, until we review the transit master plan, would be extended to Nick Kneb. So our next project is to complete a new transit master plan, which will include a complete review of both the conventional and accessible systems. So the goal of the
Sorry,
master...
Mr. Fothra,
Yeah.
there's a question from Councillor McDonald.
Thank you. Just a quick question. You keep saying we have so many that are accessible and some that will be. But now that our buses have the ability to lower their floor to match the sidewalk, what does accessible mean?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it means being able to get from a sidewalk to a bus stop without having any I guess breaks in paved surface.
Can't we do that now at most of our, because the buses actually, they'll lower the floor?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can do most of our stops. It doesn't have to do with the bus lowering down. It has to do from the connection of the pedestrian sidewalk to the bus stop itself.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Councillor Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question on the shelters. Do you have the specific shelters that are being upgraded this year already determined?
We have a number, through you, Mr. Mayor, we have a number of locations identified, but not all locations selected.
Can I make either a suggestion or a strong recommendation? The bus stop on Water Street just before York, obviously on the north side, there's a lot of seniors that live in that area. And having that one accessible as soon as possible would likely be really important. And I drove by the other day after a snowstorm, and it was just a pile of snow with a bench peeking out of it, right? So having a shelter, sooner rather than later would be ideal. So I'm not sure if that one's on your list for this year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll take a look at that one.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Moving on to page 112 for the transit master plan. So it'll include a complete review of both the conventional and accessible systems. The goal of the master plan will be to review the performance of the system and the extent to which resident transit needs are being met, and to provide recommendations to improve operations and service levels. So new technologies are changing the way people access transit, how transit systems operate for both the conventional and accessible system. An updated master plan which considers recent technological changes will be key to expanding the growth of the passenger base. Additionally, the master plan will review many of the initiatives that were discussed at Council's strategic planning session. Some of the items the master plan will review, but not all of them, but certainly some of them. Potential realignment of routes. So that would be considering whether we look at a ridership or a coverage-based service, where the connection points occur, simplifying the route structure, service frequency, transfer points, etc. Sunday service will also be reviewed, so determining the type of service to be provided, service hours, staffing levels, and the costs involved. On-demand service will be evaluated, and a phased-in plan for on-demand service will be reviewed and determined. Expanding service within the business park. So consultation with businesses in the business park to assess needs, estimate growth trends, and also account for future development as well as future workforce needs. As well as a review of the specialized transit service for efficiency, reliability, the demands on the service, and new technologies for booking. So that would be it for Transit's capital for this year.
Questions? Councillor Hollingsworth and Councillor Gardner.
Quick Question, Your Worship. I'm excited about the master plan. I think it's really opportunity to get our service really at that kind of peak level, if you will. The only question I have is, you have $150,000 in the tax base. What exactly am I getting for my $150,000? Is it a person that we're paying to do this study? Is it a consultant? What's exactly involved with that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it's retaining a consultant to undergo the necessary transfer. It's very similar to an engineering consultant, an engineering traffic consultant, so it would be a detailed report, basically making a series of recommendations after reviewing our transit service. So it would be proposed changes to the route structure. It would be proposed operating methodologies for Sunday transit service. It will be extensive public consultation to assess the needs. It will be looking at the traffic or the data that we receive from our passenger counters and understanding where the demands are in the system. So ultimately, there would be a master plan or report that would be prepared by the consultant and brought back to council for approval, and then that would set the course for the operation for likely the next 5 to 10 years to implement the recommendations.
I have no problem with hiring a consultant. I think the magnitude of what's being taken on is probably beyond the scope in terms of human power we have in that department. Correct me, have we issued an RFP for this person yet? I don't think so, right?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, upon budget approval, we would issue an RFP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Fothrop. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Gardner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just thinking of cost of licensing insurance if we decide to go to Sunday, if the master plan shows that. But also, if we went to South Glengarry, St. Andrews, and South Stormont, is there licensing that we have to get over and above what we have for the city area?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so right now we're only insured to operate transit service within the city. If there was ever a decision by council to look at expanding that, there would be a corresponding impact to insurance.
I would hope that it would be fee for service on the outlying areas.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be correct. That would be the typical way if we were directed to investigate service with adjacent municipalities, that the adjacent municipality would pay for the amount that's being that subsidizes basically the transit service. That will be explored. As we heard in our strategic planning sessions, that will be explored as part of the master plan, but ultimately outside municipalities would have to pay for the what is being subsidized.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a speakers list. Councillor Gunjo's next, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Speaking about the Sunday service, I remember last year we spoke about this topic, and it was crystal clear that 2024 will have Sunday service. Now I'm surprised that we have to go through a master plan to have an answer to make sure if we can have this service. To be honest, I look confused because last year this question was discussed here, and I remember it was crystal clear that we were going to have Sunday service. Now spending this money to have like external expertise about this topic, to me, it's my point of view, looks, I feel like it's not clear for me. I would like to ask you, okay, let's go through this plan. When will you have an answer about this question of Sunday service that you could present to the council, saying yes or no, we can go through this
Through
opportunity.
you, Mr. Mayor. So we estimate that a master plan would probably take us about 6 to 8 months. As part of that, we would review what type of services we could provide on Sunday. So the comments have always been with Sunday services, ridership goes down about 50% from your Saturday volumes, which are 50% lower than what your weekday volumes are. And then there's the cost of the service. So with new technologies, we believe there's ways of mitigating that cost. So we would have to determine what the proposed route structure is, what the required staffing levels are. And so the master plan at the end of that 6 to 8 month period would have a recommended service level for Sunday service. That would be brought back to council, and then it would be council's decision whether or not to implement Sunday service based on those recommendations. And then we could include as part of the 2025 budget.
Okay, thank you. Another question. It's my point of view, when I look at the size of our fleet, the bus size, they're very big, and every time they look empty. So my question is, can you introduce into this master plan the question of knowing if decreasing the size of our fleet, our buses, is going to be a source of spending money or wasting money for our community?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll certainly look at fleet as part of the master plan. Ultimately, what we're designing our system for is the peak hour. So basically the peak volume that we experience. Also, there isn't much of an increase depending on the size of the buses. But we will absolutely look at fleet as part of the master plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have a question regarding, we're talking about adding routes possibly. In the rec master plan, we're going to be talking about the waterfront in Gato Park specifically. And I would hope that in that discussion, bus service to Gato Park, especially if there's a beach and a recreational area established there, would be something that's on your radar screen, is it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, is absolutely something we will review as part of the master plan. Some ways to supplement the existing route structure is through on-demand, which we're also looking at right now. So basically, we have an RFP out for an on-demand software provider. So the way the on-demand system works is, or there's a number of ways it can work, but basically, you have a core route structure. And then the way to get coverage outside that route structure is through on-demand. So on-demand bus goes out, picks up people, brings them back into the route structure, and then they go through the bus system. So there's been a lot of changes in technology recently that have really kind of fundamentally changed the way transit service is being provided, and there's different types of systems. So anyway, the master plan will really take a look at these technological advances and how we can improve service but mitigate cost.
Yeah, great. And it's interesting to note that Chemphil has established a transit service now. I think it's $5 a ride, and I think it's all on demand, and I don't know how that works, but it's just interesting, being a very small town and starting up transit where a lot of people are just losing their transit.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I saw that. I believe they have a small on-demand transit system that they've implemented, yeah.
Councillor Sabri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. My question is pertaining to bus shelters, but it could very well be part of your master plan. I'm curious with regards to the possibility of corporate sponsorship of some of these bus shelters, particularly in the industrial park. I noticed at a couple of the plants that there's a good 15, 20 employees standing out at end of shift waiting for a bus, and they're quite exposed to the elements in that, so.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we have a contract with Pattison. We basically put out an RFP every year for what they pay us a lease, basically, to for our rental spaces. So basically within our buses, on the back of our buses, and on our shelters. So we put that out every year, but it's a good point. We do try to advertise on our shelters as well.
If I could follow up, Mr. Mayor, I'm aware of the advertising contracts, but I'm just wondering if some of the corporations would take initiative to actually put a bus shelter in cooperation with the city for their employees' benefit. And I was just wondering if we had any type of thought or possible plan that we can approach them with, as it could represent contribution to the community that they could get some credit for.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry, I misunderstood your question. We'll absolutely include speaking to them about that as part of our master plan or review of expanding service in the business park, and consider that.
Councillor McIntosh.
Mr. Mayor, on demand, this was before your time, Michael. I think it goes back to when Dean was first on council. We had a thing called Dial-A-Bus. Okay. It wasn't, so anyway, is this something similar?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it is. What I would say is majorly different is the Dial-A-Bus didn't have the same technology. So it's reliant on a lot of manual labor. And I think that's where the challenges would arise. Whereas this system is GPS-based, automatically routes buses where they would need to go. So it's a similar kind of operating methodology. It's just the technological advances are much further ahead. And
one of the
would allow
problems
for a
I
smoother
had,
transition.
if I recall, one of the problems when Sherman Goodwin was a manager was the fact that somebody would call the bus at Amherst Corners. And of course, the bus got there and there's no passenger to be picked up. It became a thing to do. I could dial 911 and leave the area. So that was one of the problems I had. I guess there's no way getting around that.
I'm not aware of any way of getting around that other than to, anyway, I guess, report it. But it's been implemented in many other municipalities quite successfully. And anyway, we think it's a solution for the city.
When you talk Sunday bus service, you're not talking full service.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, likely ultimately it'll be a council decision. Like, there'll be a few options. I think on demand is a very good option for Sunday service. Really, we need to assess where the demands are on Sunday, and then propose, a system that I guess gets people where they need to go and also manages cost. I think on demand, or at least supplementing with on demand, is one of the solutions.
The bus service to St. Andrews, that was tried. I'm not sure whether the city decided it wasn't worth it or the township decided it wasn't worth their money. But
through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it was the cost to subsidize the route. So the city subsidizes transit, and the adjacent municipalities would have to too. But ultimately, I think that's what occurred there. But as part of the master plan, we will certainly be speaking with all the adjacent townships.
Like my friend Fred here, I also find $150,000 pricey for that. But I guess it's a pretty wide-ranging study. Not just Sunday service, it's all the other things.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is, and it's really looking at where all the demands are occurring within our system and building a better route structure. And it will carry the department for the next 5 to 7 years.
One final question. We've seen a lot, and I had never seen this before until a couple of years ago. On your buses, we're hiring. Obviously, there's a shortage of bus drivers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we were having challenges, but we've had a lot of excellent luck lately, and it's been going very well.
That's good to hear.
And I think the new agreement has a lot to do with that, but we haven't had the same issues yet.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just looking at the picture that we're seeing here of the bus stop and that way to go transit sign. So is that what the signs actually will look like now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was, that's basically a rough mock-up. I think we'll have it designed a little bit more professionally.
Yeah.
That's the new logo, basically.
Okay.
And then, depending on if there's any changes to the route structure, the bottom may be different, have a different name on it. But ultimately, it'll be, that's a rough mock-up we prepared, but it'll be the new logo with the road name.
Okay. And is there going to be like a QR code anywhere that will link people to either the site or the app?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I have a question in terms of, you were mentioning, the insurance required to go outside of the boundaries of Cornwall. I got a question from a resident a while back about service on South Branch Road. Now, I know that's kind of our northern boundary. We don't have the insurance to go on South Branch Road?
We have the insurance to go where the issue. We're able to go on South Branch Road, but we don't technically have the insurance to go beyond the township or beyond the city limits.
Okay.
So it's really more of an issue that we get a lot of requests for service outside of our city limits.
Okay.
and having to try to draw the line somewhere.
Okay, yeah, I was kind of surprised about that, because when I think of South Branch, I still, in my mind, include it in Cornwall, and it is our boundary. And so I was a little bit confused about that limitation, and it feels like, I don't know, do you have an estimation of kind of, I know insurance costs are ridiculous now, and they've gone up quite a bit, but, anticipating that we're kind of looking at a regional service, are we prepared to maybe absorb some of those costs in the interim so that we can have a bit more flexibility around that? The question in mind, and it was for the cemetery, I think it's Notre Dame Cemetery on South Branch. So yeah, do you have any information?
I would imagine if it was just on I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
South Branch Road is entirely within the city. It's really having the bus go outside of the limits into the property. Additional insurance costs to insure us that much further is probably not that much, but it's something that we could look at if we were looking at if regional service was people were interested in, or other municipalities were interested in that as part of the master plan process. Is something we would have to do anyway, but we can look into it.
Wonderful. I had another question as well about, I know we have buses that go into Akwesasne during the powwow. Are there other events that we provide that kind of shuttle service for? And is that something, because I know when we had our operational strategic priorities, events and attraction was a big part of it. So is that something that we are kind of considering, how we can use our bus service for purposes of shuttle to events?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, and we offer it to the public. So the powwow, for instance, rents the bus from the city, okay. And we offer a very good charter rate compared to. We're increasing it this year to get it more in line with expenses, but it is absolutely something that we offer if groups are interested.
Thank you for that. I have a question as well in regards to, I just want to say, I'm so impressed that we hit our $1 million, or not $1 million, our million ridership target. Do you attribute some of that to the influx of newcomers that we've seen in the area?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, absolutely. That was a big driver. But
you don't have a license.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it was a number of factors, I would say.
Yeah.
It was, I think, other municipalities. We really returned to what we were pre-pandemic and exceeded it a little bit. I would say other municipalities have had bigger impacts from work from home, for instance, impacting their transit service. So it really depends on the municipality and your employers often. But it was a return to pre-pandemic level, and a lot of it had to do with newcomers.
That's wonderful, and I'm so happy that we're able to provide the service and that we can validate it too, because we know we're having the ridership that justifies, doing a transit master plan and increasing it. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Also, I think we also saw a major increase in the amount of riders from St. Lawrence College as well, with students returning to in-person classes.
Further questions, comments? Councilor McDonald?
Just one quick one. Are you thinking of bringing back Clean Air Day? That was so popular, Clean Air Day. It was a day in June when everybody could ride for free.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't recall, but
Yeah, it's been a few years. We're still
Yeah.
going? No.
It was so popular.
yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, we'll look at it.
Okay.
Councilor Hebert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to speak to that, I think that was something Transition Cornwall Plus was really involved in promoting when they were doing Active Transportation Month. It was a week and then turned to a month. And I know since pandemic, they haven't done it, so maybe we get them to pick it up again and it'll encourage maybe the pickup of that event in the near future.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we'll look at it again.
Further questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we're now on page 130 for Waste Management Services. And we have Bill DeWitt back with us this evening, filling in as Acting Manager of Environmental Services while Stephen is away. And we also have Dave Kuhn here as well, the city's solid waste supervisor. So the department oversees the operation of the open landfill on Cornwall Center Road, 2 closed landfill sites, a material recovery facility or the recycling facility, a composting facility, and a hazardous waste facility. The current landfill was opened in 1985 and currently has an estimated lifespan of 8 years left based on its current capacity. With the implementation of various diversion initiatives, we are hopeful we'll be able to extend that lifespan of the landfill and ultimately extend that closure date. The operating budget includes curbside waste collection, recycling collection and processing, landfill site operation and security, leaf and yard waste collection, and household hazardous waste, the household hazardous waste depot. The department plans and provides new waste reduction and diversion programs in order to meet municipal and provincial objectives while seeking new and innovative ways to conserve valuable space with the current landfill design to ultimately maximize the useful life of the facility. One of the major projects that we have underway is the BOSMP, which is the Biosolids, Organics, and Septage Master Plan, which will determine the city's plan for removing these streams from the landfill, which will ultimately extend the life of the landfill. We expect to report back to council in late Q1, early Q2. The department is also working on the implementation of a citywide organics collection program, which is mandatory for 2025 by the province, as well as the transition to full producer responsibility for recycling. Additionally, the department continues to implement and work with other departments across the city on the implementation of the Climate Action Plan, which is consistent with council's strategic priorities, as well as the federal government strategy to mitigate climate change. In this year's budget, we also have a climate adaptation plan proposed. So the biggest impacts to the waste management budget this year is the CPI increase for the costs applied to our curbside collection contract for waste, recycling, leaf and yard waste, All those collection contracts receive a CPI increase each year, and this past year was larger than we've typically have seen. Additionally, a new landfill operations contract was awarded this past year, which reflected cost increases consistent with what we've seen across other areas. This budget also includes a significant increase in revenue due to an increase in landfill tipping fees based on historical averages, as well as the increased tipping fees for IC&I that were approved last year. There's also an increase of $200,000 in the sale of recycled materials due to a strong market and representing our historical trends. We also received an additional $74,000 from the provincial Blue Box program, so our revenue has increased as well. That's operating. That's an overview of operating, and I'll pass it over to Bill just to quickly go over our few capital projects for waste management.
So, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Mike took away a lot of my thunder, so I'll just go into a little bit of a conversation. I think you'll see through this budget presentation that the Waste Management Department will be doing a lot of planning in 2024 for some big events in 2025. And as Mike mentioned, there's going to be provincially mandated organics collection, and I'll talk about that in the capital when I get to it. And he also talked about the transition to Blue Box collection, which in January 1st, 2025, the city will no longer be responsible for the collection and the cost and the collection of and processing of residential Blue Box materials. So that's a good thing for the city. And then I think you've all heard about the Clear Bag initiative that we're going to be moving with, or going to be proposing to council in the next little while. Having said that, I think you should need to know that these projects are being led by very capable staff. There's Dave Kuhn. Dave's back there. You still awake, Dave? Yeah. Okay. And then we have Dave's helper, Joshua Filion, who's the new Waste Management Operations Coordinator. And then, of course, there's Mike, who's going to give all the oversight for all these things. And I think they'll all provide effective leadership to make sure that these programs are transitioned and successful. So I'll just go right to the capital now. First capital item is leachate and gas collection system upgrades. So when the landfill gets to a certain a portion of the landfill gets full, we install gas collection systems to pick up, because the landfills will emit methane and carbon dioxide and other gases, and so we try to put in we will put in a gas collection system to try to pick up as much of that as we can. And so you'll see that's for $150,000 planned in 2024. We have a consultant that's on board now from funding from last year, and they'll be designing this thing, and then we're going to be putting out a capital project to have it installed. So the next item, and please put up your hands if you have any questions. Alternate disposal, environmental compliance approvals. So this is a fund. These are monies that we put aside because there's always to appease the Ministry of Environment and Conservation and Parks. We have to do studies well, for example, in this particular case, we're looking at trying to do an extension. We're trying to ask the ministry for approval to expand the landward upward vertically. And but they're aware of a problem we have in the landfill. It's called mounding, and which is essentially layers of water, leachate in the landfill, and they want us to remove that. So we've had to hire a consultant to look at how we can remove those layers of leachate. And they're how do I put it? Yeah, it's hard to explain, but they're not they're spotty. They're all over the landfill site, so we're trying to remove them. Their fear is if we put more weight on, then this leachate will spill out the sides and contaminate the surrounding areas. So that's why they want us to look at this, hire this consultant, and get rid of the mounding area before they give us an approval to go vertically in the landfill site. Okay. We talked a little bit about.
Okay, I'll go to questions now. Then I have Councillor Ngunjo, then Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to speak about the leachate and gas collection system.
Sure.
So you're gonna install it, if I understand. Am I right?
That is correct.
And if I understand, we're gonna collect more than 2.5 million of meter square of.
That's what it potentially can emit, and we have the equipment to capture that, or as much of it as we can.
Are we speaking about biogas or methane here?
Sorry, biogas.
Biogas.
Yes.
Okay. So when we'll collect this volume of biogas, what we're going to do with that? What is the perspective?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, currently we just simply flare it off into the air.
Okay. I think I'm going to make a motion, but we'll speak about that later, because I'm convinced that I know that it's proven that methane is a greenhouse gas. So this is by throwing these gas in the atmosphere is going to increase our gas impact, so it's not good. So I would like your point of view about collecting this gas and transforming it into electricity. It's possible. Do you agree with me?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is certainly possible. It's something that we perhaps could look into. I know that in the past we have looked into this, but the gas that's being generated is very contaminated, and it's difficult. There's not only methane, which is capable of being used as energy, but there's other contaminants as well, so that'd have to be separated in some manner. So I know it can be done, but there is difficulty in doing it. We will look into this matter for you.
Yeah, I understand. I agree with you. There are some contaminants like sulfuric acid inside this biogas, but it can be used. I have a lot of examples of municipalities who are converting the biogas into electricity. And I went through a very quick calcul or mathematics, and you're going to tell me if I'm wrong, but converting these 2.6 million of biogas into electricity with 12 cents per cubic water hour of energy is going to give us around $1.8 million by converting these biogas into electricity. So I think it's something that we should explore deeply and seriously, because it's a serious, huge source of revenue. And to my point of view, this money can be used to plant trees in our community. So I don't know if we need a motion. We'll speak about that later. But technically, I will ask you, do you agree about what I'm sharing with you now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so absolutely it can be converted into RNG. I don't know what the rate is that Enbridge would offer. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's 12 cents. It is something that could be looked at the as we undergo our BOSMP and present back to council. It ties back into citywide organics collection. One of the options that we looked at with the BOSMP is co-digestion at the wastewater treatment plant. the cost of CODI, which is very similar. It's taking the organics generated from organics collection or biosolids, processing them through the city's digesters, cleaning, as Bill mentioned, cleaning that dirty gas that's emitted from the digesters and re-injecting back into Enbridge's lines. In that case, the scale that you would need to make that profitable based off of the cost of all the infrastructure that was required was not worthwhile for a city of our size. You need a much larger capture area, but that's something we can speak to as part of the BOSMP. But in general, do I agree with you that there is that possibility? Absolutely.
So can be a source of revenue for the municipality, and with this revenue we can convert, we can plant more trees. So I'm happy that you share, technically you share this point of view with me.
Yeah.
Sorry,
through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we absolutely share that is possible. I think it's something that we're going to further evaluate. I think the first priority is dealing with our organics or biosolids and our septage, and then it was also brought back up again as part of our climate action plan. The methane being released by the landfill. And I think we have plans to look at it again in subsequent years relative to new technologies.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councillor Crowder and then Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not too long ago, I need to go back a little ways to the clear bags. For a week when it first came out, my phone nearly caught fire with phone calls from women and girls who were worried about their personal refuse. Okay. And how are we going to handle that? And I'd like to put that out to the public at some point.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we will allow, the number hasn't been decided. It'll be included in the report back to council. But there will be kitchen bags that can be included in the clear bag for private items. Also, residents would still be able to use cans, but have to have a clear bag within that can. So that's how that matter would be addressed. But we'll have we had a public consultation session which likely precipitated the phone calls that you received. We'll have a detailed report in February on clear bags, kind of summarizing the results of that consultation, and bring that back to council.
So when that comes out, I'd certainly like to have it put to the public so that they understand.
Absolutely.
Because the ladies who called me were really angry. That's an easy word to use. It was worse than that, so thank you for putting that out in the public.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Worship. I think perhaps, Bill, you might remember, wasn't there a private company that came and investigated the possibility of converting methane into gas? They wanted to work some kind of deal with the city, and then for whatever reason, I thought they chose not to because we didn't produce enough methane. Is there some validity to that? Do I remember that correctly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I do recall. I don't remember exactly all the
Right,
details.
I don't recall.
But they did, at the end of the day, the technology wasn't there, I don't think, at that time. Or, and they were having difficulty getting, they were going to go directly to the power, like a fire generator, and go directly to the power lines. But at the end of the day, it didn't go anywhere.
Right. I think, too, I don't mean to wade into the debate too far, but potentially I thought part of the rationale or suggestion was that if we were going to make any go of that type of thing, we'd have to enter into some kind of an agreement with the neighboring municipality, literally to generate enough garbage to create enough methane to justify the expense of extracting it and using it. And so I don't want to get too far aflung during a budget meeting, but it's something perhaps Mr. Fothrop in the course of your investigations, you might be able to find that report. I know it was done, I don't remember when, but it was a while back. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Further questions, comments?
So I'm just moving on to a capital item on page 135, and it's called Organic Source Separation Program and Receiving Facility. So briefly mentioned before, and Mike briefly mentioned before, that we're going to be implementing a curbside organics collection program. We will need a facility, or we're looking to build a facility at the landfill site which would temporarily store the materials before we send it off to a third-party processor. So that's the point. There's a picture, you can see the picture. That's something about what we're, the conception of, or what it looks like. So, and that's for $1 million. And there's $577,000 financing, and then the remainder $422,000 out of development charges. Next item is, again, back to the organic source separation program, green bins. So it's proposed that the city is mandated under by the province to implement an organics collection program or a diversion program. And to do that, we're proposing to provide green bins to each and every residential household for which organics could be stored until such time we collect them on a once weekly basis. So there's a picture of a green bin. Dave is in the process of trying to determine what's the appropriate size for the city. And you can see there's a smaller bin, and I'll call it a kitchen catcher, which could hold organics sort of in the kitchen until such time as you dump it into the larger bin, which would be likely located outside. And
Councillor Gardner?
Not too long ago at a meeting, we talked about a kitchen implement that you could use in your kitchen to compact it and really reduce the amount of refuse from. So is there any way that we can do that to reduce the waste?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, a private resident could absolutely use one of those devices. The name escapes me right now, but they can. That's one of the benefits of the Clear Bag program, is that it allows for that, because other ways that municipalities have enforced mandatory organics is by making sure that you actually have organics in your organics collection bin. So in that case, you wouldn't be able to because you wouldn't be able to because you have to put your organics in the bin. You can't use one of those devices, or you can't use your own at-home composter to feed to use in your garden, because your garbage wouldn't get picked up because you don't have any organics out at the curb. So that's one of the benefits of Clear Bags, is it allows it really accommodates some of those alternative methods.
Well, in the trials, apparently the communities gave them away free to the residents, so.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm aware of other municipalities that have programs, but we don't have one proposed.
Thank you.
It's Councillor Gardner. It's called a Food Saver. It was actually developed here in Cornwall, but the company's since moved. Councillor McDonald, then Councillor Good.
I was going to contribute the same thing. I bought one at FCM last year, and it's great. Reduces a pile of greens and stuff into dry, like sawdusty-like material that you throw it in your garden.
Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to speak on a few different things. I'm really glad, although I know we're being mandated, so it's not exactly by choice that we're doing the organics collection. I've composted at home for a long time, and my preferred method is to just keep a paper bag in my freezer. I put all of my scraps in there, and then when it's full, I put it out in the yard in my compost, not just loose, clearly. But what's really interesting about the municipal level is that there's so much more that can go into there, obviously. You know, like I'm thinking soiled pizza boxes that you can't recycle. They end up going in your garbage and taking a pile of space. I personally feel very guilty every time I get takeout food, but I'll say that most of the takeout containers, unless you're talking styrofoam, they can all go in the compost. You know, Q-tips and tissue papers and things like that we use so much and don't realize how much volume that takes up. So could you maybe put into, like, I know that the goal here is to achieve a 50% waste reduction, and naturally the assumption would be that that would extend the life of our landfill, but could you put like a dollar figure to each year that we're able to extend the life of our landfill? What kind of cost savings are we potentially seeing as a municipality?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's hard to put an exact number, but like the post-closure cost of the landfill were estimated at $32 million in 2020, thereabouts. And so the cost savings for delaying closure of the landfill are significant, and then you avoid costs of having to expand the landfill, or the worst case scenario is you don't get an ECA to expand your landfill and you're having to look at other alternative means. But I don't personally have a number offhand, but the number is significant, and an organics program combined with all of our other diversionary initiatives, such as clear bags, such as using alternative daily cover at the landfill site, have increased the tipping fees that we've already implemented on IC&I have a substantial impact on lowering the amount of waste that's going into the landfill and ultimately extending the life of the existing landfill right now. We have projections that push it further out. Ultimately, it'll depend on the number of programs we end up implementing and the diversion diversion numbers that we receive. I think we've taken some really good steps by passing the organics program on to, or including IC&I in the organics collection program, and multi-residential in the organics collection program. So I think we've made a lot of positive steps, but it's critical, and the cost savings to the municipality are significant for every year we extend the life.
That's wonderful. And I think really, you know, the residents of our municipality should be very mindful that these efforts, while they might seem like an inconvenience, and I'll say as a woman who, shocker, is of menstruating age, I'm very comfortable with the fact that I can be responsible with my own waste. I can find alternate disposal methods, and I can use zero waste products that I know ultimately are going to help our municipality and the environment at the end of the day. I'm really, really impressed with the initiatives that we put forward, and especially extending that organics program into the commercial sector. Like that is huge. There's so much organic waste that comes to, I've worked in restaurants for all of my early 20s, and I can only tell you how much food I have scraped into garbage bins. I have a question in regards to those. Are we intending that our municipal bins, where we have, you know, garbage and recycle bins, are we intending to have organics collection in our parks and things like that as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we're looking at expanding it for events. Correct.
Awesome. Very excited to hear that. I hope we can save a lot of money by doing that, and I hope that people can adjust and reframe this kind of outcry about the clear plastic bags. I know people love to be angry about things. It's not the thing to be angry about. There are positive impacts to it, and I think we can all recognize that. I wanted to ask you, I didn't realize that if you don't put out a green bin, your garbage bin won't be collected.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so yeah, we have a progression of proposed measures. We're trying to educate first and foremost by putting warnings, and we have a proposed kind of progression measure. But so that's one of the, and not to get too off track into the clear bags, but that's one of the benefits of the program. Other municipalities just require, like some can just require that you have a green bin out. Problem is it doesn't require you to use it, right? And so, anyway, that's a lot of the benefits of the Clear Bag program, but
Really just to ensure that what's actually going in the landfill is waste that cannot be diverted otherwise, at least as much as possible, right?
correct.
That's awesome. Thank you for that. And I guess if you want to keep your own backyard compost, you can still throw your kitchen scraps in there and then put the rest in the bin. Thank you.
So just going on to the last capital project, it's called the Climate Adaptation Plan. So I think this is being led by Angela Parker, and I think all of you know, those of you who know Angela, she's very compassionate about the environment. And so she'll ensure that, you know, that this initiative will be successful. We're looking at hiring a consultant to do a climate adaptation plan. The end, it will develop adaptation solutions and implementation actions to respond to current and future climate change impacts. So just to give you some simple examples. For example, we talked earlier about bus stops. Well, perhaps an example could be, you know, shade for the bus stops so the people can get out of the sun. Other examples could be permeable surfaces to absorb rainwater, because right now, of course, all the rainwater is just running off the roads and into the storm sewer. Cooling centers for extreme heat, and also, you know, obvious things like promoting working backup power. So those are some of the things that would come out of this climate adaptation plan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, ultimately, it's the next step from the climate action plan. Is basically what the adaptation plan is meant for is this action, or the climate action plan is how do you avoid climate change? How do you prevent climate change? The adaptation plan is looking at climate change. There is some elements of climate change that are inevitable. The environment is going to change. How do you adapt? How does the city adapt for those realities? So Bill provided some examples, and it's really the next phase of the climate action plan.
Councilor Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, a few questions. I see there was a cut to the Sustainability Project Coordinator's public relations budget. Would that be where the public relations dollars would come from when we're doing education around the implementation of the blue bin or the green bin? Or is this for, because I know it says something along the lines of like, we're just readjusting because not as much was spent last year. But would it be Angela's budget to do the public relations around all of these new projects coming?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so that would be in the solid waste budget. These were related to the sustainability budget. They're minor reductions relative to what we've been spending for all the existing programs that we have in place or events that we're hosting. It's just more relative to our 3-year averages. And so it won't impact any of these events that we've listed.
Okay, but there is money in here for that public relation for these new programs?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there
Okay,
is. Yeah.
perfect. And then maybe I'm reading this wrong, but it sounds like the 2024 scheduled additional contribution of $400,000 was removed due to budgetary concerns. So we're not contributing to reserves for the closure, post-closure?
Sorry.
No, go ahead, yeah.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the DFA study basically recommended an initial contribution, then doubling that contribution each and every year until we got to 2.5 million, and then would hold that 2.5 million until the landfill closed. So we increased the, but we were at 200 2 years ago. We went to 400 last year. Which is still below what the DFA study recommended, and we held it at $400,000 this year.
So we're way behind.
We are behind in our reserve contributions to the reserve, based off of what our initial plan indicated.
Okay, that's concerning. I will bring that back at some point. As we know, there's a massive
$32 million price tag. That was, but, well, $32 million 4 years ago. I'm sure it's more like closer to 40 now.
Councillor, if I may, we have new obligations as you or another councillor was highlighting relating to the green bin and changes to the blue bin program. So as we see the numbers come back through those transition, I think the team will be in better position to update the life of the landfill, which might change that format. So I don't think it was done in the spirit of not contributing the estimated amount. It's done in the spirit of there are changes happening over the next 24 months, which until we actually see the volumes change is hard for us to revise the allocation to the reserve. So I don't know, Michael, if you had anything.
Yeah, absolutely. That's correct. So the landfill contribution or the landfill reserve was developed based off of a 2032 estimated lifespan. Definitely with diversionary efforts, it would provide us more time to contribute to a reserve.
Okay. Well, we're already behind what we had anticipated. So it'll have to be closed at some point, maybe not in 16 years, maybe. So I'm just, anyways, it's concerning to me, but we'll see. A mention of a strong market for plastics right now. Can you explain? I would assume that the market is saturated with plastic because there's so much of it, so it's not making any money.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's all recycled materials. We had, it's very a volatile market. I think we had 2 months last year which were not very good, and then had very good markets across the board. But it's all metals. It's all
okay. Obviously, you can't quite respond to this. Part of me is thrilled about producer responsibility. Part of me is worried that it's not going to be as good as what we do. It's not going to be as good of a recycling program as what is currently offered. These producers are going to, pardon my language, half-ass it, and we'll see less recycled than we do now. And I'm sure you're not quite aware of what that's going to look like yet. I guess that's just something, it's nice that the costs will come off of our bill, but at the end of the day, are we going to be missing things? Are they going to accept everything we accept now? I don't know. I'm looking forward to learning more about what that looks like. I don't know how much you know about it yet, but that concerns me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we've been attending a lot of sessions and waiting for a lot more information from the province on the transition to producer responsibility. Basically, I think we'll advise council as we know more as to what the impacts are going to be. Other municipalities are going through the transition right now. We're in the last wave of municipalities to transfer. We're hopeful that some of the challenges that some of the earlier municipalities face will be ironed out by the time it reaches the city. But once we have a clearer picture, we'll be presenting that to council.
Okay. I've seen some communities where there's like recycling centers and folks have to bring certain materials there. And I think if it gets to that point, like people aren't going to go to these. Anyways. And then in terms of the size of the green bins, is it going to be one size for everybody, or could smaller households have smaller bins? Like, will you have to buy this big bin when some households will only need something, this big? Or what's the plan there?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we're looking at the bins right now, determining what the recommended size for the city is. And we will actually distribute to all the properties as part of this capital project.
But will they all be the same size?
For residential, they will be, yeah.
Okay. I thought if there could be different sizes, there could be some cost savings, because I think some households could need bigger bins and some, but anyways, that's...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we also want to ensure that they can be lifted by the trucks.
They all have to be understood. And did I hear that the kitchen catchers will be provided as well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the kitchen catchers will be allowed in the with a proposed clear bag restriction. And so you would be able to, we'll include more details on that report.
Okay.
But you'll be able to include one or two clear bags, or sorry, translucent bags in a clear bag.
I don't think that's,
Sorry, excuse, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think what Councillor Hebert is talking about is the little kitchen, the little container
these little guys.
Oh,
for
yeah.
the under
Oh,
sink
oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
container.
yeah.
And
Sorry, I
so-
thought-
That's okay.
Yeah.
I thought I was
So-
maybe losing it, but.
Yeah, sorry, we won't be providing
Okay.
those, but somebody's welcome, the people are welcome to provide
Okay,
their own.
yeah,
but
no, that's, I've got a system too, and so, yeah, I just thought that was like very generous, the way it was mentioned earlier. A big Tupperware works, right, so, or a plastic bag. Okay, so final just comment was that the food cycler, I think they're interesting gadgets, they're just really expensive, right? So I think it's something that not everybody has access to. I think you mentioned they're $300 or so. So the municipality that gave them to everybody definitely had a huge investment there. No, there was no, anyways, but it's an interesting thing. I have one, I don't quite use it. I find it smells a little bit, but that's when it's kind of producing when it's burning things down. But if someone can certainly afford it, it does certainly reduce how much your materials are. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor Gunja next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Speaking about the climate adaptation plan, I would like to understand, please, what is the goal of this plan in concretely? Because I don't understand how this money is going to be used. Is it somebody that you're going to hire, or is it about education, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, so we're retaining an environmental consultant to prepare, similar to our climate action plan, a series of goals for the municipality to adopt and endorse to adapt our business to the eventualities of climate change. So it's a consultant to make a series of recommendations to change for how we change the municipality itself as well as for the community.
Do you agree with me that planting trees is the solution for climate change?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe it's certainly a big element of addressing it, but I don't believe it's the only.
Because I'm convinced that it's the best way to capture carbon, to limit climate change impact, to control water spilled. I think planting trees is the best answer that we have against this issue of climate change. So, to me, I think this money can be used just for trees, honestly, because we know the problem, we know the solution. Spending this money to external specialist who's gonna tell us what we know, to me it's not going to be such powerful, and the resident need concrete acts. So I think this money can be used to plant trees. So simple. Don't you?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it could be. We believe that this plan will set the priorities for the municipality over the coming years, but could it be used to plant trees? It could, but we certainly believe that this is a priority for the municipality.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McDonald, had you put your hand up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if you're going to be coming back to council in a couple of weeks with a fuller story on this, that's fine. But the transition out of blue boxes and into producer responsibility, how's that going to play out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we can provide the information we have now, but I think it's probably best that we bring a detailed report on
Works
the
for me.
matter.
Yeah.
I think we'll have a long conversation about it.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh.
Confessions of a Composter, Part 2. I've been an avid composter for years because I had a pretty big garden and a nice big backyard, like Sarah Good has. Not quite as big, though. Anyway, I'm looking at this large bin, and I keep in the winter. I got 4 or 5 composters. I keep one under my carport for the winter, so I don't have to tread through snow. I think it would take me a long time to fill up the big. And I'm an avid cook, by the way. I do a lot of cooking. It would take me a long time to fill this up. So a week, I'm thinking if somebody puts it out every week, they might have a banana peel and an apple core in it. That'd be about it. It seems ambitious, that size. Speaking from my own personal experience, the Food Saver, I actually had bought 2 of them, charcoal lid, so this you don't get the smell. And I keep those under my sink too. There's about half the size of that. And I bought them at Home Hardware for $14. Anyway, I think it's going to be a challenge getting this program up and running. There's going to be a lot of resistance, apathy. People just going to be that into it. And I think our CAO, Representative Ward in downtown Ottawa, there was a lot of pushback on this, wasn't it, when they went to Ottawa? Because people were saying it smelled in the summer, the animals getting into it.
Yeah, the environment I was in was a high-rise building, 20-story older apartment buildings where the chute is not organized. But in newer buildings where it is organized, the multi-res can work effectively. It's a multi-res environment that if it needs a few planning, if those single families or towns or there's really no issues because people have space to store.
Yeah, okay. So anyway, that's my, on that, it's really, I call it black gold when you put it in your garden and flower bed. And I keep one at the Summer Palace, AKA trailer. Yeah, too. The contract for the collection, 360. When is that contract up?
3 years?
Approximately.
I believe 3 years.
3 years. City of Brockville had nobody bid on it, and they had to go out and hustle to get somebody like Herb, who had it before, to come back and do it. So there seemed to be some part on the contractors, especially the big guys, saying it's really out of, it's not profitable anymore. And we have to the rate we charge. Municipalities don't want to pay it. Are you feeling that? Are you hearing any feedback? No.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, I haven't. I don't personally have that concern right now, but it's hard to know without seeing their contract too. Yeah. They could have turned anyway. It's really hard to comment on. Yeah.
We also 2 years ago approved, maybe 3 years ago, the hiring of 3 full-time employees to work at the dump at the landfill to monitor. When people pull in, that metal goes over there. Everything else goes there. How's that working?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's working quite well.
Mm-hmm.
It's working very well. Identifying issues, it's been very effective.
One day I was out there and there wasn't anybody. It must have been a freak. Somebody was off, or
through you, Mr. Mayor, they're likely operating the scale house.
Yeah. Okay. No big deal. I follow the rules. Gas collection system, the methane. I don't know. You're a mechanical engineer, Michael, not a chemical engineer, but Big Ben, I'm told by a chemical engineer, gives off methane gas.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it could, yeah.
Is any thought given to capturing that gas? I mean, I know it's not our property.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I haven't personally. It's not our property.
Yeah. But it's the biggest land. It's the biggest dump in the city. I mean, it's I call it the big dirt, but I'm told by this chemical engineer who used to work for Domtar, by the way, he said that a lot of methane gas coming off there. just a thought. We were talking about climate change and what methane is a greenhouse gas. And,
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I haven't seen any reports or from Big Bend, so it's hard to really comment on.
Yeah, I'm not putting you on the spot. I know it's not your field, I mean, it's for a chemical engineer. Restaurants. Sarah alluded to the fact that when she worked at a restaurant a few years ago, that a lot of waste going out. Does the organic program include restaurants?
We are extending it to ICNI at their choice.
Translate it?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, as council is aware, some businesses choose to handle their own waste, or they can participate in the city's program.
Yeah. I guess I have to include grocery stores in that list too, because they throw out a lot of, I watched a guy the other day with a huge bin just taking stuff off the shelf, obviously going out to the garbage bin in the back because it was past the date.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if anybody is willing to use the bins, they're welcome to participate.
Yeah, okay. That pretty well covers it. Yeah, the bin size, I was just thinking that it takes a lot to fill that up. I know Sarah Pond compost too. And it's really, it starts to compress after a while. And I'm saying, for me to fill up one of those would take a while.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this was just an example. It's not the bin we're necessarily going to get. Dave is looking at what the ideal size is for our municipality. So this was just an example. And we'll look at it.
The clear bags, it's like anything in life. When you change things, people resist. And somebody gave me this scenario, and I've watched these guys. They work real hard on those trucks. They really do. And they run. They go like this. They don't go like this.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess like the intent is not necessarily just to identify like one pop can in the garbage can. It's really to ensure that one, the investment we're making in an organics collection program is resulting in
it's a work in progress, but I hope we don't go down the road of a New Brunswick city that had inspectors doing random checks on what you had in your green bin.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's not our intent. Yeah. Our intent is we have a very progressive kind of notice program, I'll say, for advising residents that aren't complying. Yeah. And like I said, our intent isn't to leave people's garbage at the curb. Our intent is to make sure that people are participating in both recycling and organic selection and ultimately lowering the waste.
5 years from now, I won't be around the table because I don't try to run a game. But anyway, probably the council will be saying, gee, this is really working nicely.
It's through you, Mr. Mayor. It's worked very well in other municipalities that we've consulted with. There was a lot of initial hesitation amongst the public in those areas, but it's been very effective.
Yeah. Anyway, guys doing a good job.
Further comments or questions? All right. Thank you. Mr. Witt, we look forward to you joining us next year too. Ms. Bailey?
So Mr. Fothrop, Jamie Fothrop will join us. We're on page 140 for economic development. And Mr. Peters.
I do. Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. We'll start off the Planning, Development, and Recreation team with Economic Development. The Economic Development Department is also responsible for administering our community improvement programs, our tourism operations, as well as the Cornwall Business Enterprise Center. I'm joined here by Mr. Bob Peters, our manager and leader of the economic development team. You'll see that we're anticipating that the 2024 will be a year of transition for the department. You'll see some changes to the 24 budget as compared to past years that are intended to align the department with council's new strategic plan. I'll run through some of the variances that you'll see. So under salaries and benefits, you'll see a $56,000 increase that is largely related to incremental increases and contractual obligations. Under purchase of goods, we've got a reduction of about $7,800 related to a reduction in public relations spending. Under services and rents, there is a $152,000 decrease that is primarily related to reduced efforts that were aimed at our traditional workforce attraction efforts. Under financial and transfers, you'll see a $17,000 increase that is related to the transfers related to the Tourism Development Corporation. Contribution to reserves, there's a reduction of $25,000 that's in past years was contributed to reserves to plan for a economic development strategic plan that was previously scheduled for 25 and 26. As well, you'll see a reduction in our revenue of $85,000. That is related to an early end to a provincially funded workforce attraction grant. As well, you'll see a increase in revenue of $41,000. That is largely related to increased municipal accommodation tax revenue.
Councillor Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so where do I start? Cut to purchases of goods and services due to the city's strategic plan. Please explain further, if you may. Are you saying that our strategic plan impacts the way the department will now operate, or I just want some more detail, please. Sorry, I'm not sure how to really word what I'm thinking here.
I would say the past strategic plan had an increased focus on workforce attraction.
Okay.
And so there was considerable efforts, particularly in 2023. The department was successful at obtaining a grant that was had matching 50% funds for workforce attraction related efforts. There was direction to pivot away from those workforce attraction efforts to better align with the anticipated new council strategic plan.
So you're saying that when we did our strategic plan, we did not prioritize workforce attraction?
Believe so, yes.
I don't know if it specifically came out in conversation that we didn't want to do that. I think maybe we just thought it was happening well, and so it wasn't something we absolutely needed to put in the plan. This is really concerning because there's a workforce shortage, a major workforce shortage in absolutely every sector, in every community across the country. And the other thing too is that Mr. Peters, your department has done an impeccable job over the last decade to attract major employers and major industry, and that hasn't stopped. And there are plans for several new developments over the coming years that will bring a significant amount of jobs that our community won't be able to fill. So I feel like the workforce attraction is more relevant than ever, or necessary than ever, and we should be tripling your budgets in this effort instead of removing it completely. So I'm really concerned here. We currently, at this very moment, don't have the people in our community to fill the jobs that we have. And so I guess I have a lot of comments, but some questions as well. Could we lose employers at this rate? Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but in 5 years down the road, if we are not supporting our major employers filling these massive gaps in their workforce, could they pick up and move elsewhere?
I think perhaps the explanation of the changes through the strategic plan is a combination of elements. So, for example, during joint liaison, the members met with Walmart. And Walmart is the largest employer in the area with 2,500 employees. And a few years ago, their top priority was for us to support workforce attraction. In recent times, their biggest obstacle to their labor is housing. So the effort and the strategy is really to ensure that we're responding to emerging trends and needs. And you know, there's a lot of elements to untangle there. As a city, we also have many job vacancies that, as a team, we should prioritize. You know, you're aware that some of the functions, that it'd be engineering, that it'd be planning.
That's not economic development's purpose, though. That's the HR department. Sorry, I'm just.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're saying. There's a bit of a change of approach. We'd like economic development to support the HR function of our organization.
There's a department of 8.5 people downstairs. There's supposed to be 8.5 people that should be doing that function. Did you mention joint liaison met with Walmart? Is that the committee you said? Why would joint liaison be meeting with Walmart?
It wasn't. No, it was the MP, MPP, and myself. It was one of our monthly meetings where we met with Walmart.
Okay,
but I've
so-
had meetings with Walmart outside of that as well.
So Walmart said, well, we don't really need as much support, but that's not every other employer in the community. Okay, I wholeheartedly disagree. And I'd love to hear from the manager of the actual department. Could we possibly lose employers if we continue down this trend?
Thank you for the question through you, Your Worship. That's a very difficult question to answer. We are aware of, in the past, where workforce was cited and increasingly cited as a key site selection factor. We're also aware, anecdotally, of major employers expressing the lack of support for investment in Cornwall due to concerns about the workforce. Having said that, despite the pressures over the last several years of our major employers in town, of which, you know, it's just not one sector, it's across the entire sector, through a lot of hard effort, which is mostly borne by the employers themselves. I think we've seen employers being able to secure their workforce. That doesn't mean that we have met their requirements and that it's not an ongoing issue. You know, the concern is that even though we may have an unemployment rate that might hover around 5%, how many of those people that make up that 5% are actually employable or are actually willing to work and stay at a job? And that's really more of a social development issue and a debate for other days. But I can't speak on behalf of the employers.
Understood.
Other than to note that in general, workforce is a major component in any company's decision to invest.
Absolutely, and my concern, and I understand there is a percentage of our population who may not be employable. That has always been the case. There are folks who that we may never see as part of the workforce, and we've traditionally in our community seen a high rate of working age folks not participating in the workforce. I'm hoping that has changed significantly with the struggles we are currently faced with. My bigger concern is one of these major employers will just say, never mind Cornwall, we'll pick up and leave. That's a huge strain on the tax base that will be won't be collecting. So who else in this community does workforce attraction if your department isn't doing it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are other agencies. The Eastern Ontario Training Board is one that is specifically meant to address and to assess and then ultimately address workforce issues. We have a number of settlement agencies that work to help onboard newcomers. And then most importantly, companies themselves have their own recruitment efforts. I think that's very clear to say that the first requirement of meeting workforce demands are those of the employer themselves and to fund recruitment efforts. You know, it is, our experience over the last several years is that having available jobs in Cornwall has helped us increase our population and attract new residents. But I have to acknowledge the other issue, and that's the access to housing and affordable housing. And if we were to increase our housing stock, particularly affordable housing stock, in my opinion, that would also attract new residents to Cornwall and presumably working age residents that could then join our workforce. And then another issue is access to educated workforce or skilled workers. And we know that in the college university system, a lot of graduates tend to stay in the communities in which their educational institution graduates them from, and having a robust access to post-secondary education and in particular skilled trade courses in Cornwall will help us to attract students, and those students then become prime eligible employees for future employers. So I would say that workforce attraction or newcomer resident attraction is not the sole responsibility of the municipality, but it is truly a community effort, and there are other agencies, and most importantly, the employers themselves that really should take the lead role.
Yeah, but the municipalities certainly often lead the charge, and that is very welcomed by the employers. And I understand the issues with housing. We want to bring people here, we need to house them, but we can't just give up on one thing and just wait till we build some housing and then attract the people. Like, two things can happen at once, right? Like, I think we can be focused on more than one thing. We have a lot of really capable people in this municipality. This will have a massive trickle-down effect, I think, across the community. Does this mean you won't be attending things like the National Job Fair?
Through you, Your Worship, at the current time for 2024, we're looking at ceasing our external workforce attraction efforts. We will transition to digital efforts to draw attention to available job opportunities. We plan on continuing the job board and supporting local job fairs. And so that's what this current budget has planned. As Mr. Fothrop and the CAO have mentioned, we have not completely transitioned our 2024 marketing plan to support Council's new strategic priorities, but we are prepared to pivot. But to answer your specific question, we do not plan on attending any external career fairs.
That's unfortunate. I had the opportunity to attend the National Job Fair several years ago and speak to hundreds, maybe thousands of folks over a 2-day period who were dying to come to this community. Everybody we spoke to, you know, how do we get to Cornwall? Is there a bus that can get us there? We're ready to go. How many jobs do you have? Do you have housing? What a great opportunity to bring people here. I think if we had sort of those things that folks were needing to get here, I think the bus was often mentioned and things like that, like it would be such an opportunity to bring folks in from those job fairs. So that's a huge devastation. And then I want to understand the early end to a grant. So there was a grant that was received for workforce attraction that was scheduled to end at whatever date, but because it's been decided that that's going to stop, we're just going to give that money back. Or if it's one of those grants that like they pay you after the fact, we've been allocated funds from another level of government and we're just not taking it.
So yes, again, through you, Your Worship, generally speaking, we had a RED grant that was awarded in 2022 and extended to the end of 2023, and we were successful in receiving an extension of the grant to allow us to maximize the total grant dollars. But it's not that we've received those dollars, we have to spend the dollars to receive them at a 50% rebate. And so one of the reasons there is a significant change in 2024 from, if you compare to 2022, for example, or earlier years, is that we did see an increase in our budget in 2023 because we were doing these extra efforts that was offset by increased revenue. And so there's always opportunities to secure grant dollars, but in this particular case, the extension of the grant, if we won't be undertaking those activities, we won't be able to access those funds.
What a shame. What an absolute shame that we have possible dollars in our that could be coming to our community to do this kind of work, and we're going to say, nah. You don't have to respond to that, Bob.
Fair enough.
I'm just,
outraged. I don't know, that's an understatement. Looking forward to debating this budget when we get to have questions or motions. Oh, and the removal of the strategic plan. When was the last time the department had a strategic plan done?
Through your worship, the strategic plan, I believe, was meant to cover up until approximately 2021. We've had internal extensions of that, but really it was due to be renewed, and we were confident that the current strategic plan was still applicable to the current situation. As been mentioned throughout this budget process by many other department heads, there's a lot of transition happening in our economy with new technologies. Environmental climate has become major issues. The old economic development strategic plan did not necessarily address those as primary concerns. It did address other issues that are still very much relevant. And we felt that it was certainly time to revisit. And as you've heard from other departments, that type of work is best handled by a consultant. Consultants cost money, and as I think we did with the official plan and the zoning bylaw, is that a more prudent way was to set money aside every year until we had enough to then proceed. And so this contribution this year is being deferred, and so that will we'll still proceed with the strategic plan in 2025 or 2026. It's just meant that the cost to at that time in the budget would be higher, or we would defer it one more year. And really, I'm confident for the next 12 to 24 months that the current strategic plan works very well, aligned obviously with council's strategic plan. But there's a lot of good relevant information still in the strategic plan. And of course, with the census cycle, we don't always have access to the most latest dates. So we want to kind of time a strategic plan to coincide with new census data.
Yeah, so when I was reading the budget, when I got to the economic development budget, I couldn't understand why there was they're coming in under what they had last year. And I know we all went for a goal of 3%, but everything has increased. And so I would anticipate at least a small increase to every department. And the next two have a reduction, which is shocking. Yeah, I will leave my comments there, but I would hope that my colleagues around the table also agree that workforce attraction is a major priority at this time. Maybe it isn't next year. Maybe the problem will be fixed. But at this time, if you work in any industry, you will know there is a problem. And we need all hands on deck. And we need the people who are the experts in it to continue doing the work. So thank you for humoring me in my...
I have Councillor Hollingsworth next.
Thank you, Your Worship. So if I get this right, Mr. Peters, $160,000 less this year than last year, approximate?
Generally speaking, yes. The most significant change, as Mr. Fothrop identified, was a reduction in marketing.
Sure.
And I think I would point out that there's a number of multiple facets to the department in terms of marketing, as well as the ongoing activities of the department that will continue, and that we're confident that we can still deliver at a high rate of a degree of service, not only to the community but to potential investors. But yeah, that's generally the number. And as I said, if you look at the economic development budget in particular, marketing is the primary source of the expenditures. I would also point out that this budget, the change and the transitions that we're talking about are not applied to either tourism or the Cornwall Business Enterprise Center. Both of those budgets are pretty much at the level at which they were last year, and they're offset by either MAT revenues or contributions from senior levels of government. So those activity areas, including the CIP activity areas, remain unchanged.
Do other economic development departments go out and do job fairs to try to attract workers for the private sector companies in their municipalities? Is that a standard kind of practice amongst economic development departments, or are we the only ones that have done that historically? What's the general rule of thumb?
The answer through you, Your Worship, is it is somewhat of a mixed bag. There's certainly an increased number that we've noticed in the last couple of years. In the past, the primary show that we used to do was the National Job Fair, and you would find Prescott Russell there, and SD&G has stepped up their efforts, the City of Kingston, Quinny, but it is, I think it's fair to say it's a little bit more prevalent in other provinces, less prevalent in the GTA, and a good reason for that is, in general, job fairs are not, haven't been a mainstay in Ontario. At career fairs, which are typically restricted to universities and colleges, the majority of the municipal participation there tends to be, if it's a Western job fair, then you're going to find London or Kitchener-Waterloo there. If it's Queens, you're going to find the City of Kingston there. In many cases, they're obviously looking for summer students or to augment their own workforce. But certainly, I think it's fair to say that every municipality in Ontario has identified workforce attraction, and every economic development agency. It's just not all of them may follow that one particular tactic, but it's on everybody's radar screen, and increasingly so, and I think in the last couple of years, absolutely.
So when the private sector does marketing, so they're going to put a sign up someplace. I know when I sold houses for a living for a little while, we tracked the market and were able to determine the best way to sell a house is to put a lawn sign on your front yard. It was based on surveys and whatever else. The newspaper ads, the open houses, they're all warm and furry, but they really don't sell your house the way a sign does at the front yard. Do we have any way of tracking any of our marketing efforts to determine what is the most successful? Certainly, as I said, I know the private sector, they figure out what their money is being spent on and whether it's good or not. Do we have any idea was there any way we can find out, like the little yellow squishy guys that say, hey, Cornwall's wonderful? Are we getting people coming to Cornwall because of those, as an example? And I'm not trying to be too facetious on that one, but any way of figuring it out?
Through Your Worship, yes, there's a number of metrics that we use to judge the effectiveness of all of our marketing campaigns, whether they be digital or at a trade show, or whether they be an ad campaign or anything else. One of the ways is obviously on all of our websites, we have metrics that determine whether or not the activity on the website is increasing and where that activity on the website is. And I'm happy to report that activity was up on all of our websites significantly last year, and it's been an ongoing trend for the last several years, is that we've seen year-to-year increases in activity. But specifically when it comes to things like marketing materials that you described, or an event like a trade show or a career fair, we measure that effectiveness on the amount of people we engage with at the fair, and we're able to fairly accurately count the numbers. And primarily we do tourism shows, we do 1 or 2 economic development shows, and then the majority of the effort in 2023 was actually job fairs. But I'm fair to say that if we didn't feel that we were receiving, or that interest was declining in a particular event or tactic, is that we would switch tactics and move away from it. I think you could also look at the fact that, you know, we've sold several hundred acres in the business park in the last 5 years. That's one measurement in which economic development is measured by, or an increase in population, or an increase in assessment. Those are, but we are a marketing department, and so when it comes to judging marketing, in many cases, marketing is best judged by reach, and that is usually determines whether or not we choose to follow a certain tactic or not is based upon the effectiveness of our reach and whether or not we're reaching the right target audience.
Fair enough. When I was a councillor, even back in the 90s, made a motion to pitch the municipality through TV commercials. At the time, your former boss suggested that was a bad idea. He he likened it to the shotgun approach of just getting out there with your 22 and blasting away and hoping for the best. That being said, are we using the shotgun approach to marketing our municipality, or are we using the direct kind of focus in on a given person or a small group and pitching? And I think you know what I'm talking about, because I had the luxury of being told I was wrong. I wasn't too happy about that, but so be it. So which is it?
At the risk, through you, Your Worship, at the risk of correcting your memory, I think that was me who told you.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I'm getting a little older, so it's not quite as sharp as it used to be.
I might not have said you were wrong, but I would have definitely
Said I wasn't right.
likened it to the shotgun approach. Absolutely. I think it's fair to say that because we do not have the marketing budget of a Nike or McDonald's or Coca-Cola, is that increasingly we have been very careful in our choices and have tried to be as targeted as possible. So, for example, as our workforce attraction efforts evolved, we targeted people that we felt were more transient and more likely to be a fit for available job opportunities. As we targeted industrial or major employers, we targeted industries that we thought were a good fit for Cornwall and where Cornwall was going to in terms of, for example, our development as a logistics hub. In tourism, we've switched our targeting to be much more targeted towards active tourism, specifically cycling and the use of our waterfront. And in that regard, I would say, although you might consider a trade show like the Ottawa Bike Show to be a shotgun approach, we are targeting that specific type of tourist that enjoys cycling and is within a 100-kilometer radius that is likely to bring their bikes down and enjoy our recreational trail and our Riverside Trail. And we've been able to track the success of those efforts, and anybody who's cycled along the Riverside Trail can attest. They've met people from out of town. Our local restaurants have seen bikes and cyclists from out of town, and our local hotels. And one of the ways that we measure tourism success is the increase in MAT revenues, and we've recovered very nicely from the pandemic. And this year's budget shows an increase, an expected increase in MAT revenues at a time when the number of hotel rooms available in the city have actually declined. And so, to answer your question, wherever possible, we prefer to use a more direct approach and a targeted approach, but there are some times when we have to resort to a broader kind of a brand recognition approach. And we are not adverse to TV, and we did TV last year, the last couple of years in tourism. We were able to, the cost of TV has come down, and we're able to utilize that as a medium.
Last kind of question. The budget is not approved yet, so ultimately it's up, council can move money around however it sees fit. For example, there's a number of outside agencies that have come looking for money. We can say no thank you to them and take that money and put it someplace else. There's capital expenditures that we can choose that we're financing through the tax base that we can say, no, we're not going to do that project. We're going to move that someplace else, or cut it all together, or increase the tax bill percentage-wise. So we ultimately have wiggle room. We can, to say it's a shame, well, it's not a shame until it's approved. We get to do what we want, as long as 5 other councillors agree with whatever motions we make. That being said, if council in its infinite wisdom decided to find $160,000 someplace else in the budget and move it back into your budget, could we assume that you would resume doing the kinds of things that you currently are not going to be doing moving forward? Because it is our budget. We do get to decide how the money is spent.
Again, through you, Your Worship, I do recall my boss 20 years ago telling me that if any councillor asked if we needed more money, if they gave me more money, would I take it? And my response as a young economic development officer at the time was, well, the answer is yes. And I was told, no, the answer is no. You have enough money to do the job. And what I would simply say is whatever money council provides to us, we will spend responsibly. We will also follow council's strategic priorities and their directions as they direct us. I would also point out that low taxes is also a very good way to attract investment. And so we recognize that economic development is one part of this corporation, and that we're working together as a team with all of our other colleagues in other departments, including council, to make the best decisions. And so respectfully, we will follow council's direction and utilize the budget that council provides us to the best of our abilities.
That's impressive, Mr. Peters. Perhaps when you retire, you might want to consider running for office. That's nice. Nice. I'll leave it, Your Worship, till we get to a point of budget. I'm not completely convinced I want to cut marketing dollars. I suppose we can haggle over how those marketing dollars should be spent, but I'm not completely of the mindset that I'd like to see marketing the city is in whatever. I'm not necessarily convinced the way we did it before is the best way. Either way, I leave it to our experts to kind of direct us in that regard. As I said before, there is money in this budget that's potentially being pigeonholed in other places that I'm not prepared to spend it on. So we'll see how the debate shakes itself out moving forward. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Good.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really happy to see that the mat revenue is increasing. I know we have a new hotel that just opened, and obviously we've lost a lot of rooms here, but that's really promising, and I think that has the potential to filter back into our community and just really enhance things. I'm also glad I had a question about the strat plan, so I'm happy to hear that you feel confident that it can carry you through a few more years, and it makes sense to align it with the Stats Canada report that comes out, so that's good. You know, marketing reduction, I felt the same as my colleagues, I think, upon first look, but you know, marketing, I think, has changed quite a lot, and my perception of things is that much of it has gone online. I don't know if this is sort of pivoting to kind of maximize that online presence. I know in my previous role in HR, we advertised many roles through Choose Cornwall, and I have browsed through there for my own purposes many times as well. So I'm sure it's a site that's well trafficked. I know it's been very useful to us. Do you feel like, in terms of your support for, you know, employers in the community, that Choose Cornwall website and that job board in particular is kind of the bread and butter, or where are you? Because there's still like $450,000 in that budget line. I imagine, you know, you cut about 150, but what's left in marketing?
Through you, Your Worship, the marketing budget in 2024 would be set at 150. It has historically been at 200 for the last several years. You're correct in saying there are other things other than workforce attraction that was within that budget, and absolutely there's been more opportunities to reach people with messages digitally. At the same time, there's a lot more digital messaging out there, a lot more, just look at the television, how many different streaming services. And so there's, I think it's fair to say that the ability to reach consumers with any marketing message now is a much more complex system, and we're utilizing all the tools available to try and make the most effective use of our dollars. Having said that, we are always prepared to pivot and transition, and we serve to meet the needs of council and the community. We need more hotel rooms, we need more housing, we have more room in the business park. Despite my best efforts to have no room in the business park, we still have room to secure investment. It's our belief that as we welcome investment into this community and we see new assessment, that new assessment will allow council in this corporation to more effectively meet the needs of taxpayers through increased revenue for the corporation. So we do believe that we do need to constantly go after new investment and see this community grow. And I think that's reflected in council's new strategic priorities, and we're prepared to support those.
Well, I certainly appreciate your attitude towards the reduction. You know, it's never easy to cut things from the budget, but you seem to be confident that you can make it work. So I am happy to hear that. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Councillor McIntosh and Councillor Sabri.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how'd you like to play? I've been trying to use that one for a long time. I had a prof that used to tell me that when he looked at my results. You know, this community has changed so much. We used to be the butt of jokes many, many, many years ago. Had a friend of mine graduated from Western University Medical School in 1986. He had lived here for 3 years, so he knew the area. So they had a business course, how to set up a business. And the prof told them that Cornwall was a great place to go because there was a shortage of doctors. And he was the only one, well, the other guys going, Cornwall, who'd want to go there? That was the attitude. And my brother sat in a theater in Toronto and heard a comedian crack jokes about Cornwall. And you're sitting there and he said, I was trying to, almost like, what's going on? I'm from Kitchener. You know, there are people that know Cornwall now. They know it's a nice city. You can go to all the trade shows you want, but if you haven't got a community that you can sell, they're not going to listen to you. So I think we've reversed that. The sales job to these people to come show up, you know, you don't have to do that anymore. You're not struggling to try to convince people to come to Cornwall. Sid and I belong to the Cornwall Seniors Men's. Now, they're not workers, but they're people who have moved here. 75 people in the senior men's are not from Cornwall. They're from Toronto, Ottawa, Montreal, Points, all professional people. A former VP of KPGM, former vice president of Via Rail. They all moved here and they love it. They tell their kids come here and they go home saying, what a great town. We had secured a doctor here, actually 2 doctors, because her father lived here from Quebec City. And when she came to visit, she said, what a nice town. And one's a surgeon and one's a ER doctor. So, you know, you talked about the digital thing. Hey, today everybody is digital, really. You know, it's a great way to sell things. I think employers, when they set up a shop and when they open up in Cornwall, they've done their homework. They don't say, let's set up and see if we can get any employees here. In 1978 or whatever, when Sylvania opened up their color TV plant, I came across an ad where they were bringing employees into town, but they were looking for people who would house them because there was no housing in Cornwall at that time. It's worse than it is now. And, you know, so they were out doing their job of getting people, and I think a lot of industries do that. I don't think 1 year layoff and going to a couple of trade shows is going to spell a disaster for recruiting coming to Cornwall. I think I read a great story in the Ottawa Business Journal. Our CAO, his first big interview in Ottawa, I think it was your first big one, Matt. You know, that's a business journal. It's well read. And if you read that, you say, I want to get to Cornwall. Here's a guy that came from Ottawa, and he's you know, saying this is a great town, it's got a great future, and I'm going to help them move in that direction. So I can't get excited. You know, I'm not going to go home and lose sleep tonight over this, maybe some other things, but not over this. It's really down my priority list. I think you're doing a great job, the economic development part, and I don't think canceling a couple of trade shows or 3 or 4 trade shows is going to really have a big, I don't think you're going to have Walmart and these guys calling you up next March and saying, boy, you really fixed us. We can't get anybody to come here. I don't think that's a problem. I think every community has that problem, and what I'm really confident, what I really acknowledge is that this city's really changed, and doctors don't mind. Cornwall Community Hospital, they got 8 new ER doctors. You wouldn't have gotten that 20 years ago. There were doctors their wives would say, go back to Ottawa or Toronto, I hate it here, you know. And we're a completely different community, and we're on the map. I guess that's, you know, people like to say, you know, got a hockey team, we're on the hockey map, but we are really on the economic development map. And so I'm not going to lose any sleep over the fact that your budget's been reduced in 2024. I don't think it's going to have much effect at all. But, you know, I'm just not going to defeat a budget over that.
Councillor Sabri, then Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be around here next week, and this is really an issue that I feel is very, very important, and that I've known Mr. Peters for a long time. I've had the pleasure of working with him on a number of files. I've always appreciated his diplomatic skill in responding to a question, making you think, and at the same time, bury his response with his message of caution that you really had to ask yourself questions over and over and over again. Well done again this evening, and that. The fact of the matter is, the labor market out there is vicious. It's right across the country. People are looking for employees, and that. Over 50,000 truck drivers shortage across Canada. 100,000 airline pilots shortage across Canada. We don't have airline pilots, but maybe we should start. No, we won't go into Somerstown. But what I'm getting at is this is a type of area that there should not be any consideration of cutting. One of the major messages within marketing is out of sight, out of mind. It's a basic element of marketing. You have to have your brand, you have to have your presence. If you don't, people aren't going to know you. And you can ride your success and you can pat yourself on the back for what's been accomplished over the past number of years. But they don't think about that tomorrow when they're looking at their decisions and that. They want to know what is there now. And right now, we have, on a daily basis, we hear 500 jobs available in no time at all. I see messages on Facebook about people looking for a job and they're asking other people, and they come back, the messages are like, so-and-so's hiring, here's a hiring, and that. And you hear about these people saying, that's right, I got a job. I went out and I applied and I got a job and that stuff. I also, from some of my past experience in other locales, was always told that economic development is your catalyst to the future. No matter what element of economic development you're looking at, it's something you do not cut. It's a sacred cow within a budget, and that. It's the cornerstone, the foundation of all that you want to achieve within your community planning or whatever. So, as simple as I am about an awful lot of issues in that, to me, this is one that I'm pretty solid on. We cannot go down the direction of cuts, not an area as important as economic development and what it represents to Cornwall today, tomorrow, and for the next generations. That's it for me.
Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, everybody who has spoken have given me more ideas that I wanted to speak to, but I just have to thank you, my colleague Dennis Sabra, for your remarks, because I so agree with you. The last thing you want to cut is economic development, and surely we don't want to cut it in the name of reaching the goals of our strategic plan. Our strategic plan is full of things we want to do, and they need a thriving economy to do them. If we're broke, we can't do these things. And then as far as cutting workplace attraction, the high school across from my home has 4 signs, we're hiring. That's St. Joe's. And I was at Staples this morning. I wanted to use their photocopier, but I needed to buy a card. It was closed. And when I went to the cash, she said, well, there's only 2 of us on. She came in sick, but there was nobody in the copy center. That's Staples. That's a pretty big machine, looking for employees and cutting services because they don't have it. And then we had our library board here earlier today talking about reasons why they're not open more. So Walmart doesn't need more people? Really? I mean, I can't say, I just don't trust that stat or whatever their game is. The rest of the world, everybody else in town needs employees. You go to your favorite restaurant and they're closing early because they can't stay open, they haven't got employees. So we need workforce. And absolutely, we need a humming economy, and I think our Economic Development Department, since 2006, when we had the big challenge when Domtar closed, and I remember Paul Fitzpatrick saying, well, it's simple. I mean, I couldn't believe how he was going to field that question. He was the CAO, and they asked, what are you going to do? And he said, we're going to diversify. And we've been diversifying, but we're not there yet. This is not finished, and yet we're cutting 5% and 8% total out of economic development, of all places to cut it. Oh, please, no. Now, Councillor Hollingsworth said, this is our budget, and we can move things around. Colleagues, we can also grow the pie. We can add money to this because we decided, and some of us favored the vote, some of us didn't, but at any case, at the end of the day, we were aiming for 3% without cutting services. And oh my gosh, if the service we have to cut is economic development, what's the point of coming to 3%? So I know this is going to come up later when we're actually debating and making motions, but please, let's not do this. If our strat plan means anything at all, if we want to achieve any of this, we have to have Bob continuing to work like the Energizer Bunny, pumping out the cash and supporting the economy of this city. So forget a cut to economic development. It's just not on. Now, you mentioned, Bob, I think that our unemployment rate is 5%, but you said some of that is social development, so it doesn't really count as strict unemployment. Do you realize we're cutting our social development too? So, I mean, we're compounding the folly as far as I'm concerned. Now, the province is cutting funds. The province is cutting supports for, our hospitals, for our long-term care. We heard but the difficulties that Glenstart Lodge is facing. We can't let the province be our guide. If they're cutting their employment services, well, they cut their employment services, now their workplace grants, we don't have to follow suit because we're not out to impoverish a community, we're out to build one. And that takes, at the end of the day, it takes a thriving economy, underwriting it all. And so I certainly don't support cuts to this department, and more of that later when I get another chance. And by the way, you are an arch diplomat. If we needed an ambassador to go anywhere, let's hire Bob. But meantime, let's keep him busy in economic development. Thank you.
I have Councillor Gardner, then Councillor Bennett.
I'm not sure where I'm going to go with this. Councillor McIntosh made some really good points. At the end of the day, though, Bob, I was listening to you talking about the bicycle path and all that stuff. When I was on the tourism board, we looked at overnight. So Councillor McIntosh, in a way, drove me to sports, where we have baseball tournaments, where we have hockey tournaments, all kinds of tournaments. Hopefully that football is another one. We're known throughout the Ottawa region for being footballers. We're looking also at new high rises that are coming to Cornwall, beside the college, La Maison, the new one on Pitt Street. We have looking at the possibility of 3 high rises on the riverfront. So that's telling me that what you've done and what you're doing is bringing people to build here. At the end of the day, we may just have the houses in place that we're going to need to if we can basically cajole builders into putting us in a situation where the homeless and not expensive houses are built. So I'm sort of torn between Mr. McIntosh, and I'm also listening to what these folks are saying. And I'm not sure I'm gonna go right now. But when I was with the tourism, we always looked at overnight stays. We always looked at doing, as you did, going to Montreal or Ottawa. And a couple of times I was upset because the people we sent there were English and they were in Montreal. So I remember asking one time, can I go because I'm bilingual? I never heard back. That set me off pretty badly. However, I can't vote on this right now or when it comes until I hear more debate about where we're going. And I kind of agree that the money should go back into economic development.
Councillor Bennett. On the bus, off the bus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Hate to be one of the only ones not to speak on this one.
I didn't.
You may as well get in line. So, what I love about this group is your passion. It is wonderful to watch, wonderful to see. I just wanted to weigh in a little bit. I think I agree with the sentiment mostly that this is probably not where we want to cut. However, we are the group that's set a 3% target. And so you had to have expected somewhere looking through this, you're going to see some cuts somewhere. So, you know, we're always looking at, I don't know about everybody else, but for myself, when I look at these budgets, I always look for something that I would feel comfortable with making a reduction on, trying to hit your targets. And so it's pretty clear with the budget that we got that, in my opinion, considering rates of inflation and everything else, that a lot of work went to get this to what we're looking at, just over 4%. Having said that, if we're going to add money back to the budget, as Councillor Hollingsworth mentioned earlier, seems like an hour ago now, that is our prerogative. And so I'm seeing already enough the conversation around this table that this is going to be an area we're going to look at. But some of the other comments that were mentioned, the CEO mentioned, you know, shifting priorities, and housing is a priority, and attracting residents is very important, but we need to have a place to put them to live, right? So I don't think that like the resident attraction is something we absolutely need to be doing. We also need to be focusing on making sure that we're working on places for people to live. And so while we're out there attracting residents, we're supposed to also be out there attracting businesses. And businesses we should be looking at are people that build homes, get more of those people into the community. I know we've done a great job. There's a lot of different builders from other communities working in this town. So those are the focuses we need to really focus on, because attracting all the residents in the world is great, but they need to have a place to live. So, but I don't think you do one without the other. And I don't think you can do one without the other. And I'm shocked if we're not over 50,000 people, to be honest with you right now. The growth has been unbelievable. In the business I'm in, it's a tough business for getting employees in retail in general. Generally speaking, it's a very tough gig. Restaurant business, all that is very tough. But I also deal with other businesses that work with me, electricians, plumbers, contractors, just to keep my store built. And I'm getting late calls because they don't have employees. Mm-hmm. And so we're back to the chicken and the egg thing. And I think we need to get people here to take these jobs. I think we need to encourage people to come here to open their businesses. And we've got more coming. Like there's the Great Wolf. You want to not only build it, we need people here to build it. So they're going to have to bring people from out of town to build. It's going to be our job to sell them while they're here to stay. And maybe those tradespeople decide this would be a great town to open a business because they don't have enough housing, and maybe my skill set would be best to set up my own business here. So we have some opportunities, and I agree that I don't think this is the place we should be cutting. But just keep in mind, we asked for 3%, and when we see something like this, we should be going, oh my gosh, this is outrageous. What we should be doing is, I don't agree with this area to cut. I'm going to propose to put money back in. But I think in that same vein, we should also be looking at where else do you think it's a little more palpable to make a cut? So I think keeping the percentage where it is should be a goal. So if we're gonna add money back, I think we should be sharpening our pencils to see where we're gonna take it out of. Because we can't have it both ways. So thank you to the people who put all this budget together to come down as close to the target we gave you. And I'm really looking forward to next Tuesday and Wednesday for some lively debate, some great motions. And you know, I feel like we should have had a motion on the floor for all the debate we've been doing here. But just realize, you know, if we're going to add, then we should be looking to maybe make some adjustments somewhere else, because we're the ones that asked for this budget to be come in as low as it came in. So I'm looking forward to next week. Thanks. Yep.
Any further comments? Councillor Gardner?
Just a question, Ms. Bailey. Would there be a possibility of reaching in?
Microphone, please, Councillor Gardner. Thank you,
I
Councillor.
keep forgetting, I'm getting old. Would there be a possibility to reach into the development charge reserve to accommodate having money for economic development?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the development charges reserve, that revenue would not be for this purpose.
Okay, thank you.
Any final comments on this one?
I did my job.
Okay. Thank you for that, Council. That was almost a debate without a motion, but certainly whenever we bring motions, we'll have an opportunity to look at that further. But because it was brought up, I will echo that in meeting with Leclerc, Walmart, All-ML, a lot of them have said they've shifted their focus. Housing is their big ask. Most groups ask for housing when I meet with them now. The college too. Some of these companies are recruiting externally from the country, bringing in employees from the Philippines, Mexico, countries in South America and elsewhere. But then the challenge becomes where are they housing them? So that is their ask. And Sunday service, frankly, if we're on that topic, but we'll get there. So if that's all for economic development, we'll move on to the next department, please. Councillor McDonald?
This isn't for economic development. This was just a general question. I asked Ms. Bailey yesterday for statistics on what the budget was as presented to us in years previous and what we settled on. So if Ms. Bailey has that information, I think it'd be helpful to us to have, because I really mind that people are invoking the 3%, but they're not adding that we decided that we wouldn't cut services to get there. But I think the information on what we've been presented with in the past and what we've done with it in each year might be useful.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we had 4 asks from council last evening, so we're compiling that information.
Oh.
We'll have it for you on Tuesday.
Okay,
Or
thank you.
Or before through an email, and it can be brought up.
Thank you.
Make sure you have it before the debate starts in earnest, Councillor. We'll make sure you have it before the debate starts in earnest, Councillor. Mr. Fawthrop?
Yep, thank you. Next up is planning services. So some of the variances in that department, you'll see a $45,000 reduction in salaries and benefits. That variance is can be attributed to just some recent recruitment challenges within that department, which has led to some of the department vacancies in 2023 having to be filled with more junior candidates, and with the intention to develop those candidates for their roles. As a result of that, I mean, that they make a less wage and as they, but will continue to develop. However, this lack of experience amongst the staff does create a vulnerability within the department. And just want to identify that this vulnerability may lead to a future need to increase the staff complement to include a senior planner in the future to match historic staffing levels. You'll see purchase of goods is rather static with very little change. Our services and rents, again, a very minor change of $2,000. However, within that budget, we have budgeted $50,000 to contribute, along with funds from the Infrastructure Planning Department, towards the update of a new city subdivision manual. As well, we've budgeted $20,000 in light of the interim control bylaw that was passed late last year, to commission a study to review a policy framework around the establishment of emergency shelters. You'll see in financial transfers, a small amount increase of $2,000, which is intended to continue on with the department's digitization process. As well, you'll see in revenue, we've got $145,000 in contributions from reserves, which is being used to offset the costs of the studies that were included in the services and rents.
Any questions for Mr. Fotherow? Okay, move on, please.
I think I'll call up our chief building official, Mr. Charles Bray, to join me while we present the bylaw services and parking program.
Councillor McDonald?
So I guess I would like to ask this question about planning. The fact that we've had recruitment challenges in the department, as you say, has this impeded actual projects that we're not able to process plans or requests for, approvals and things that, or how has it affected us? I know at council Monday night, we approved changes to, I think maybe 3 subdivisions we're on, and I think that went well, but still, have we got more in the dock waiting for us?
Well, it's proven to be a challenge, the workload for the staff that we have. You'll notice as well, I think last year, I believe our planning supervisor, Lindsay Parisian, would have joined me at the counter, or in the presentation. She's recently accepted a position with the United Counties of SD&G, which leaves the department in even a more precarious position because she was our most senior person within that department. We are very fortunate to have Mark Boileau, who's been very generous to delay his retirement a little further and be able to work for us a couple of days a week. I'll say sort of a short-term solution is we are in the process of looking to engage a consulting firm to help us in the interim with the processing of our development applications. But I'll say that will, which because of this is all very recently developing after the establishment and publication of the budget. And so those funds have not been budgeted to pay for that consultant. And so that will be a variance that will likely be reported in our quarterly reports. But consultants can be expensive, and ideally in-house staff is the preferred way forward. We are about to begin a recruitment process to try and hire a manager for the planning department. However, the landscape for urban planners, they're in high demand right now. The province has changed some of their legislation with Bill 23, establishing timelines and for municipalities to process them. So it's even more difficult than ever. And so many municipalities are upstaffing their departments, which has led to a real shortage within the field. And so although we're hoping to be successful and find a manager, however, past efforts have struggled as well, and historically we have had staff in that department. A lot of folks around the table would remember Mary and Mark and Ken and Stephen Alexander, who had long tenures in those departments, who've all left. Right now our staff are very keen and very sharp, but are very early on in their careers. And one of the tasks of this consultant will be to mentor them as well, but ideally trying to find a planning manager with the appropriate qualifications to lead that department is the hope.
Okay, so just a follow-up question to that. This consultancy, for example, now, it's obviously not in the budget because you have no idea what we would, maybe require for that. So, Ms. Bailey, how would this work? Let's say in a month or so, if the department actually found a consultancy that could help us on this, at that point, do we have a...
Tracy,
would that go in deficit, or what happens there?
If I may respond, Councillor, and Tracy, feel free to add. We're working closely, Councillor, with Jamie on a series of plans to ensure that we can, sorry, I can't really see you. So that we can ensure that our obligations through planning and planning development are responded to. And all of our teams are working closely with Jamie to make sure we have a consultant lined up to support the immediate needs of the organizations.
So would that mean dipping into reserves to hire them or something like that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it more than likely will be offset by savings in salaries.
Okay.
To a certain degree, because we do have a planner budgeted, but right now that position is vacant.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Hollingsworth, but I am cognizant of the time, so I think we'd be going to this question, likely calling it for tonight and starting on Tuesday with building a bylaw service, bylaw service and parking. So, Councillor Hollingsworth.
I can wait, Your Worship. I kind of have a number of questions, like kind of as successive.
Okay.
So I'd be prepared to yield the floor to somebody who feels they just have a quick in and out. I'm a little more elaborate, so I'd prefer a little more time to kind of pursue. I'll yield the floor and wait for...
I see Mac's finger just itching there.
Yeah. Can we not sign an agreement with the United Counties and South Stormont? They can only steal 5 of our people a year?
Okay, so with that, council, we'll end now, and we'll reconvene budget meetings. We have our town hall on Monday at 3 p.m. Then we have our resumption of departmental presentations and debate Tuesday at 3 p.m. The areas under Mr. Fothrop are the last to go over. So we have bylaw services, parking, that screen doesn't scroll, and, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, recreation and facilities.
So, we have 6 hours assigned on Tuesday. I have a feeling we'll get through the departments in a relatively quick fashion and likely start earnest debate on the budget on Tuesday with the goal of completing it Tuesday. If not, we do have time assigned Wednesday, but similar to last year, we had an extra day that we didn't end up using. But we're in recess until Monday at 3 p.m. Have a good evening. Bonsoir. Good night. No, we're recessed. We're not adjourned. Enjoy your recess. Go play outside.